welcome Mr. Madhav Labhe from LIT Associate Alumni. Please, sir. Now, Mr. Bhimsen Garg from Baker Perkins Association. So it is a very pleasant morning and it is a very important day for pulses processors of Vidarbha. In a short, I will introduce about dal industry. Dal industry is about 100-year-old industry, and we are manufacturing dals and spreading and distributing whole of the India, and there is a huge export also. But all the way it is a commodity market. We are earning very hard because it is a commodity. Margin is very less. So we have to go for the value addition of pulses. How it is? Because we have started this the Nagpur Dall Millers Cluster from I think 3 years back, 4 years back. It is operational. So vision behind that was that we should go for the value addition of pulses. How it is? There are n number of application protein isolates, and there are pasta making, bakery industry, and everywhere there are different kind of applications are there. But we were not aware of this thing. How to proceed? And in between this pandemic is came. So all thought process were stopped. All of a sudden, there was a call from Mr. Sanjay Sethi. He has gone through our cluster's profile and asked me, how is this cluster? I told him it is the first cluster of India which is operational and doing well. So, Nagpur Dall Millers Cluster was the first cluster in India, and he was operational and is doing well. But again, there was a hurdle that we were not doing anything else of the value addition. Now, Mr. Sanjay Sethi encouraged, and then there was a call from Mr. Vidyarthi. He told me that you go for this value addition in pulses, you go for protein isolates and these things. I requested them, sir, you please come to Nagpur, visit our cluster and see how we can proceed further. He accepted, and he all the way came from Delhi. We are really thankful to Mr. Vidyarthi and their initiative, and he told me that I will support in everywhere where you want, we can support. And there are some schemes are also coming, means missing items of pulse industry, because there are few missing items are there, like dryer is not there, if exotics is not there, if a dust cleaning line is not there. So that subsidy is provided by APEDA. So that is also a good chance for us to discuss with this thing with Mr. Vidyarthi. So I will not take the much of time and request Mr. Yogesh Bhojwani to present the bouquet to all of the guests present on the dais. Please, Yogesh. Come from Mr. Dayakar Rao. Mr. Vidyarthi, our Development Commissioner. Sorry. Now, Sulabh, Come, you come. This young generation is supporting me like nothing. They are the young entrepreneurs and doing fantastic things. So now present it to Mr. Sanjay Sethi. He is the man who has started this initiative. Now present it to Mr. Dave. Bhimsenji Garg. Because I am going little fast. Bhimsenji Garg from President Baker Perkins Association. And again, one pillar of our dal industry, who is Mr. Suresh Bhojwani. Please come. We will present them bouquet on the table itself. Mr. Sulabh. Mr. Suresh Bhojwani, pillar of dal industry. Now, the working iron man of dal industry, Mr. Rajendra Ji Sharma, Secretary of Dall Millers Association. Please. Now, the summary is that we have to proceed into value-added products of pulses. For that, I need to call upon Mr. Sanjay Sethi to throw highlight on it. Please, Mr. Sanjay Sethi. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Shri Dr. V. Simani, Shri V.K. Vidyarthi ji, Shri Manor Bhojwani ji, Shri Bhimsen Garg ji, Shri Madhav Lave ji, my respected profession senior Dr. Shri Suresh Bhojwani ji, present in the audience, dignitaries, delegates, and media persons, and also ladies guests, very few, but your presence is very much appreciated and welcome. And also the experts who have come from international companies to Nagpur on our request. Very well, warm welcome to all of you. Today we are starting the discussion for the planning of India's first plant protein cluster. Perhaps this is the second in the whole world. It's a matter of pride for Nagpur that Nagpur stands out in the whole country as the ideal location for India's first plant protein cluster. I would say that perhaps Nagpur is getting what is long overdue to Nagpur, because in the geography, Nagpur was always the center, but practical center was somewhere towards Mumbai, because that is where the heart of financial world was. But logistically and geographically, Nagpur being the center and on two sides of the ports, on the east port as well as the west port, is definitely ideally located. But somehow the kind of progress that Nagpur should have seen in the last few decades, it has not. It has seen a lot of progress, but we could have achieved actually a lot more considering the advantage that Nagpur has. So we will be talking about the plant protein cluster specifically from the point of view of proteins. Now proteins, as we all know, are there predominantly in pulses, but we do not sometimes realize that protein is also in wheat. Protein is also in small quantities in rice. Protein is also in millets. Protein is also into other grains, cereals, coarse grains. Protein is also into oil seeds, right? Soya bean, sunflower seed. Protein is everywhere. So protein consumption in India is about 40 gram per person. It should be 60 gram, 56 gram, more or less. So there are many theories, but definitely we have close to 30 to 40% increased consumption we must have. जितना हम प्रोटीन खाते हैं हमें उसका लगभग 1.5 गुना नहीं तो at least 1/3 ज्यादा खाना चाहिए. So this is the target. If we do not do that, then there are problems. So today I'm going to share a small presentation, and it will tell you first of all what are plant-based foods. Plant-based foods is nothing but several centuries ago the way human beings used, especially in India, used to eat our food, which was not just vegetarian, but was only plant-only food. So recently, Beyond Burger kick-started a revolution in US by saying that people they were eating a lot of beef and they did not want to eat so much of meat, and they wanted to reduce it because of health concerns and sustainability concerns. And they invented a way of making meat which is similar in taste but from plants. So this happened about 10 to 15 years ago, and after that, this industry just took off. So if term was coined as plant-based, which is only from plant, but it essentially means which replaces animal sources of foods. So now today, milk is not just from the normal milk, but it's also from soy milk, oat milk, and milk from millets, milk from badam, milk from, you name it, from rice. So there are different kinds of milk, and depending upon person's choices, taste, and also their tolerance to lactose. Some of them are lactose intolerant. Many of us are lactose intolerant, and we fart and we think that it's normal to fart. But actually, it is not in the Western countries. They take it very seriously. They say that if my stomach is not good, then I should closely view why it is not good. So plant-based is a term which has taken off. इसमें एक बहुत ही अजब तरह की आंधी आ रही है. Everybody wants to invest, and this tsunami is not built from India. It has built from Europe and America because they were consuming a lot of meat, and they realized that they need to do something about it, and we cannot be slaughtering so many animals just to eat. So they felt that from a health point of view, sustainability point of view, it takes 9 times more resources to feed the same 1 kilogram of food, which if you directly feed, you can feed a lot more people. So it will use a lot less fertilizer chemicals. So the entire impact is absolutely huge. So why we discussed very briefly that if we have to discuss handle the protein deficiency, then we need plant-based foods. Or recently when Corona came, people were stopped eating chicken and other things because they felt that these animals are sources of some problems. Could be bacteria, could be viruses, and people started realizing that from our food chain we should remove the animals. So that was the thought. Second, गौ हमारी माता है, right? लेकिन गौ खूंटे से बंधी है. So there were people who were having ethical reasons कि हमारी गौ माता खूंटे से सारा दिन क्यों बंधी है, उसको आजादी क्यों नहीं है घूमने की. So that's the time that people started feeling that can we find out different sources of foods. And third was climate change. And climate change means people do not realize India is at the forefront of desertification. हमारी भूमि डेजर्ट में धीरे धीरे कन्वर्ट हो रही है. जब ये हो जाएगी तो आप उसका कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे, लेकिन होगी बहुत धीरे धीरे. ये वो प्रॉब्लम है जो इतनी स्लो आ रही है, लेकिन जब आ गई तो उसका कुछ भी सॉल्यूशन नहीं होगा, ये तबाही ही कर देगी. उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण है कृषि. क्योंकि हम एग्रीकल्चर में जब हल जोते हैं तो पल्वराइज करते हैं. When we pulverize the soil, so the soil which is inside comes out, the moisture is lost, and so many other things are lost. And that's why when you lose the soil microbiome, when you lose the soil bacteria, when you lose the soil moisture, that means the soil is slowly converting to desert. And that is why UN climate change workshop, the COP14 on desertification, UNCCD, took place in Greater Noida. They took India as a place and not other countries because they realized that India is very fast converting to a desert. So this is something we can arrest it if we do pulses, if we do different kind of agriculture, which is like a natural agriculture. We do not plow it too much. We use various other methods. Dr. Khattar will also tell you in detail. So if we want to solve these three issues, that is climate change and environment and food security is one. Second is the ethical issue of not slaughtering animals. And third is basically the efficiency, the health aspect. So then we need plant-based foods. So recently, plant-based foods were so much in news that Ritesh Deshmukh and Genelia Deshmukh, they came out with their own business called Imagine Meats. And Starbucks said, okay, we will put your menu in all the Starbucks. Can you imagine? I was in Gurugram 3 days back and I asked him, you introduce vegan menu with Hatavi. He said, you cannot imagine. People don't care. They just want food and they find it tasty and they're eating it. Some of them care and that's why they eat it. So you have different kind of people in the family. These days, veganism is rising. So half percent population of the world was vegan. That means those who do not eat animal sources of foods. But in the last 3 to 4 years, some miracle has happened. Just in 3 to 4 years, the number of vegan population has gone up from 0.5% to 3% all over the world. इसका मतलब ये है कि आने वाले टाइम में हर 4 लोगों में से एक ऐसा आदमी आपको मिल जाएगा. अब घरों में अगर एक बच्चा दाल के ऊपर क्रीम नहीं डलवाना चाहता तो you have to go to a restaurant which offers vegan food or plant-based food. So for that to happen, you will have to ensure that you have a menu. So all the restaurants, all the hotels, they are now converting or at least having a vegan menu or a plant-based menu. That is why APEDA is coming out with a standard for export, and food regulator, that is FSSAI, Food Safety Standards Authority of India, has already come out with a standard, gazetted it about 2 weeks ago, and now it's a law that if you want to put the V mark, these are the methods to follow. So the change is coming so fast that you'll be amazed. Actually, government is running faster than us. If you would have noticed, first in this room at 9 o'clock, all the dignitaries had come, the government officers had come, they were here. That shows their preparedness. That they were traveling and they were here at 9 o'clock because they are so much enthusiastic. Whereas the people, the common man, is still not aware. Even the common miller is not aware that what is the advantage you have. And the common miller also do not know that why Just Eat, which is one of the best companies in for making plant-based egg, did not buy their mung from India. When you say mung, you mean India. But they didn't buy from India. They bought it from Myanmar. Can anybody take a guess? ऐसा क्यों? मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहूँगा. आप कुछ guess कर सकते हैं? आप में से? Anybody wants to volunteer? हाँ बताइए. Fertiliser. Exactly. You are spot. उन्होंने ये रियलाइज किया कि चाइना, वियतनाम, इंडिया ये ऐसी कंट्रीज हैं, अब ये बहुत ज्यादा फर्टिलाइजर और पेस्टिसाइड यूज करते हैं, अब खाने में धीरे धीरे जहर आ रहा है। अगर हम यही चीज म्यांमार से ले लेंगे तो उन्होंने वही मूंग बिना फर्टिलाइजर के उगाई है, यानी कि उनको वहां महंगी मूंग सस्ते दामों पे मिल रही है, सेम रेट पे मिल रही है जिस रेट पे यहाँ मिल रही है, लेकिन हमारे मूंग में जहर थोड़ा ज्यादा है, उनके मूंग में जहर है ही नहीं। सो दिस शुड बी ए वेकअप कॉल टू यू कि हमारे साथ वो क्या है। अगर हम इससे भी नहीं उठेंगे अपनी नींद से, तो सोचिए आने वाले टाइम में क्या होगा, कि जो हमारा सपना था फिर वो सपना रह जाएगा, मेरे लाइफ का हसीन सपना रह जाएगा, वो कन्वर्ट नहीं होगा रियलिटी। Similarly, other companies like Good Dot, like Blue Tribe, they came forward and they had celebrities, and some of the celebrities even mentioned that that we would like to support this organization and these businesses. And Anushka Sharma and Virat Kohli, they supported Blue Tribe by investing into it. Neeraj Chopra supported a company called Good Dot. Uh, Deepika Padukone, she supported a company called AAK India. So this is how the celebrities were coming forward and supporting it. So we set up India's first plant-based summit. It was done with the help of APEDA, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and FSSAI was present. FIXTI, which is the Skill Council, Food Skill Council was present. And there were foreign delegates, like you see in the picture. This is Rachel Truskin is the CEO of Plant-Based Food Association in the US, which is our counterpart. Like we are an association in India, this is the association in the US. So they were there, and of course our honorable minister, who really loves this subject and personally believes in it, and he is fully vegetarian, and his daughter is also vegan, and Shri Lasin Patel. So he was personally there, and he spoke from the heart, and he spoke probably the best, even better than the technical people who were there in the room. And he connected it with not only the mythology but also with the science. And he said, "I will support this initiative." And he said also, when we met him earlier, he said, "प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मुझे बोला है कि इन लोगों की मदद करो." So the startup India is already there in front of us. And these startups which are being set up by young boys and girls, there are about 250 of those. Out of those, 60 are already our members. And you can see in this picture, not only the minister is there, APEDA secretary is also there, and behind FSSAI is there. It was a huge, massive summit which happened in the Millennium Hotel last month, and that's where we launched our first report, which is there on your desk, the Dawn of Plant-Based Age. And if anybody wants to download, you can download the report also. And it was the summit which came out with the report, and report said that from India we need to export proteins, and we have an opportunity, especially when there is a disturbance in the Black Sea. तो वहाँ से येलो पीस आते नहीं है, हम येलो पीस उगा नहीं रहे हैं। सो येलो पीस अगर हम जब तक सीखेंगे उगाना, तब तक हमारे पास मिलेट्स है, हमारे पास प्रोटीन है, हमारे पास पल्सेस है, हमारे पास सीरियल्स है। We are the largest exporter of rice. Rice में से भी निकल सकता है. So all these possibilities are there. So as a result, we started looking at the supply chain. As an association, we started looking at those supply chain where we can do, and that's how we reached Nagpur. And we felt that Nagpur is the best location because of all this. So some of our policy, I would say advocacy, reforms is actually a wrong word, because we don't do reform, government does the reform. So we do the advocacy. So we are an association, we are a private body. So we work with APEDA, we work with MOFI, we work with the FSSAI and various other state governments, because food and agriculture is a state subject. So we have to work with the state governments also. And we work with all these agencies to support them so that they can reform the sector. And we felt that there was a groundswell of support, not just from the private sector, but also from the public sector. These are our members: Novozymes, Simeka, Vegelution, Sinrise, Rocket, Carry, Go Green, Blue Tribe, Plantaway, Field Wheel, Proyon is an Indian organization which has taken a lot of in the particular for Evo or Evolved Foods. Devi Care Solution is set up by an Indian lady who has actually ensured that they're taking care of the millets and also the pulses and making proteins out of that. Milking oats, soyuz, lentils, white cow. These are amazing startups, and some of them they make cheese, some of them make milk, some of them make plant-based meat, making oats, Wesley, vegan Dukan, and Taviva is a foreign-based company but from Indians. Ubuntu Eat, Udor is one of our very well-known company. Greenest, Piper Leaf Chocolates, Cornell, Only Earth, Microvation is a new startup, and Evolved Foods, Green Protein. Wakao is based on jackfruit. So jackfruit is another amazing story. They're also part of it. This very interesting organization, which is part of us, which is there right in the bottom, is the hemp proteins. So the hemp horizons. So hemp horizons makes protein out of hemp. Hemp is nothing but hemp. So from there, they're taking out the non-intoxicating material, which is the protein, and it is considered probably one of the best absorbed protein. So these are all our members and group. We are also part of the International Plant-Based Food Working Group, where I am one of the founding director, and I represent India. And we also have US, Europe, China, Canada, UK also as a part of this association. So this is like in United Nations you have permanent five, the Security Council. So this is our Security Council of these associations. And then there are associations like Brazil, Mexico, and Australia, which are also part of it. But these are the 7 organizations, which includes, fortunately, India as the permanent directors of this international forum. So in the last 1 month, we introduced 3 reports. Can you imagine? 1 month and 3 reports. Isn't it amazing? This is what is happening. Moment you will blink, the world is changing. This is changing at a very fast pace. This entire sector, there is a vertical growth in this. Who makes 3 reports in 1 month? But we felt the need. First, we wrote internally, and the first report came out with the help of PBFIA USA. So with our team, which comprises of 8 people, we wrote the report. Once we wrote the report, we gave it to an amazing organization called Future Market Insights. And they came out with the second report. After 2 weeks, they worked on that report, they brought their own knowledge, they added to that, they worked with us, and they put it the same report which we had done more from the back-end point of view, they put it from the front-end point of view. And lastly, another report came out, which is plant power nutrition, which are more from the consumer part and also from the marketing part and the numbers part. So as a part of this, if you want to download these reports, there's a link there. All the 3 reports you can download from there. And if you still do not find it, I will leave my cards behind, or you can contact any of the speakers here or Mr. Nagpur. So as per this latest report, our market is going to grow from 2,000 crore to 40,000 crore in the next 10 years. $5 billion is the opportunity from almost zero. So that is the opportunity. And this is an opportunity only in India. India के बाद ये मार्केट ऑलरेडी 2 लाख करोड़ की हो चुकी है. इतनी बड़ी मार्केट जो 2 लाख करोड़ की हो चुकी है, वही मार्केट 5 लाख करोड़ की होने वाली है अगले 10 साल में. ये 2 लाख से 5 लाख का सफर जो है उसमें 3 लाख करोड़ है. ये 38,000 करोड़ तो अपना ही है, लेकिन उस वो 3 लाख करोड़ में से हम कितना शेयर ले सकते हैं. So that is what we have to see. Nagpur can take that share. We can do exports from here. This is something which is amazing. But only those export who are capable, जो सक्षम होते हैं. अगर यहाँ की इंडस्ट्री आपसे माल नहीं लेगी, तो आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को कभी भी इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक नहीं पहुंचा पाएंगे. So we have to give both focus on the domestic industry as well as exports, because exports have very high standards today, and they would still welcome a new source like India, because we are still early days for this industry. That is why we use the word dawn, not sunrise. We use the word dawn. Plus sunrise से भी जो 2 घंटे पहले का जो भोर जिसको बोलते हैं, हम इंडस्ट्री के उस दौर में, सनराइज तो 2025 से 27 में होगा इस इंडस्ट्री में. So friends, jump in. This is your opportunity. You can do it. So why do we need this plant-based food cluster? This is the question I was getting in the morning. Some of the people who came from Nagpur, so they are the ones who are asking कि आप आए क्यों नहीं? हमको चाहिए क्यों? हमने तो मांगा नहीं आपसे plant-based protein cluster. तो क्यों चाहिए? तो उसके 5 कारण. एक हमने पहले बात किया कि यहाँ का जो लैंड डिग्रेडेशन है उसको रोकने के लिए हमको प्लांट-बेस्ड प्रोटीन चाहिए, हमको पल्सेस चाहिए, हमको मिलेट्स चाहिए. आज से 40 साल 50 साल पहले तो हम मिलेट्स ही खाते थे ना. आधा भोजन तो हमारा मिलेट्स ही था. फिर हमने बोला नहीं ये पुअर मैन फूड है, तो हमने खाना बंद कर दिया. फिर जब डायबिटीज आया तो हमको लगा वापस हमें मिलेट्स खाना पड़ेगा. अब ये रिच मैन फूड बन गया. So it is better that we realize that it is not just the rich man's food going to be, but it's also amazing for the soil. Pulses are amazing for the soil because they take something from the environment and put those nitrogen back into the soil. So that means they reverse the desertification process also if we cultivate it properly. And that's why वहां पर जो जिसके पास पानी है वो पल्सेस लगाता ही नहीं था. पानी नहीं है तो पल्सेस लगाओ, but look at it reverse. क्योंकि पल्सेस लगाई है, पानी नहीं है तो हमें ज्यादा जोतना भी नहीं पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ज्यादा जोता नहीं तो desertification भी नहीं होगी. Look at it from this angle. So in this region, especially where you feel that Vidarbha was, I would say, badly famous for the suicide, farmer suicide. This is the way we can increase the income of the farmer. So we should ensure that farmer income goes up, and we also want to show that our food is available at the right price. अगर मान लीजिए दूध है उसमें 5% लगता है जीएसटी, हमारे प्रोडक्ट पे 18% लगता है, तो ये इंडस्ट्री कभी खड़ी नहीं हो पाएगी, राइट? अगर रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट पहुंचते पहुंचते महंगी हो रही है तो हमको क्लस्टर में सबकी मदद करनी पड़ेगी. क्लस्टर एसईजेड में क्या फर्क है? एसईजेड में एक बाउंड्री होती है, क्लस्टर में बाउंड्री नहीं होती, उसमें ऐसे छोटे छोटे आइलैंड बहुत होते हैं. आप सबकी फैक्ट्रियां इस क्लस्टर का पार्ट है. हम मशीनें जो यहाँ पर एक जगह लगाएंगे आपको सिर्फ डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट करने के लिए कि आप अपनी अपनी दाल मिलों में सेम मशीन लगा लीजिए, क्योंकि मार्केट इतनी बड़ी होने वाली है कि हम कितना भी बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लगा दें वो कम ही पड़ने वाला है, क्योंकि ये एक सेंटर है. इसकी बात होगी सोयाबीन की प्रोसेसिंग के साथ, जो जरूरी नहीं है कि सारी की सारी यहाँ हो सकता है यहाँ से 200 किलोमीटर दूर. इसकी बात होगी मिलेट्स प्रोसेसिंग के साथ, जरूरी नहीं कि यहाँ हो सकता है कि वो आदिलाबाद में या छिंदवाड़ा में या दूर कहीं, लेकिन वो प्रोटीन को इन प्रोटीन से मिलना है और मिलके कुछ फॉर्मुलेशंस बननी है. दैट इज व्हाई द क्लस्टर. So the cluster approach will not only work with the farmers to improve the quality. We will go to purists in the US and we'll tell them, please give us your varieties. We'll go to Just Eat, we'll tell them, give us your variety for more. And we'll give it to the farmers, but you are already making some amazing pulses. We will start processing that as well. Buy from you, process it. And then ask you to do not give it to us. Process your own, set up your own units. While we are working on that, we have amazing companies in the room. They will tell you how this technology itself is being democratized. आज जो प्रोजेक्ट 80 करोड़ का मिलता था, जीए ने उसको 25 करोड़ का कर दिया ऑलरेडी. उन्होंने कुछ रास्ता निकाला है और ये 25 करोड़ भी कम हो जाएगा जब तक हम इस मार्केट को आगे बढ़ाएंगे. So the thought which we are saying that while the technology prices are also coming down, the commodity prices are also coming down. So we have to get into this space to make the money, and we also ensure that there is a demand supply gap. आज के दिन में हमें वो रॉ मटेरियल मिलता ही नहीं है जो चाहिए, और वो पूरा का पूरा इंपोर्ट हो रहा है, और इंपोर्ट होने के बावजूद भी नहीं मिल रहा. तो आप सोच सकते हो कि आप कितने वैक्यूम में हैं कि यहाँ पर जैसे ही प्लांट बनेगा वो 100 नहीं 150% कैपेसिटी पे चलाना पड़ेगा पहले दिन से. So that's the kind of opportunity that we are talking about. We are learning it from Canada cluster. They call it super cluster. So there are 170 new processes already there. You see the photograph of the Canada cluster, 6,000 jobs created there. Environmental impact has been done. 380 new products have been created and 160 new pieces of intellectual property have been created. All research. And this is your Nagpur. I need not tell you how amazingly it is located. And this is our revenue model where we are saying, आज जो आप 80,000 रुपए टन की चीज बना रहे हैं, हम उसको 2,70,000 रुपए की प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट पे पहुंचा रहे हैं। तो 80,000 और 2,70,000 में वो आपके लॉजिस्टिक्स के लोग हैं, वो उसके अंदर प्रोसेसिंग की कॉस्ट है। अमेजिंग जॉब्स यहाँ पर क्रिएट होंगी। जो यहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी वाली हैं उनको उसका शेयर मिलेगा, यहाँ के बैंकर्स को शेयर मिलेगा, वो इनको लेंड कर पाएंगे। यहाँ के बहुत सारे बैक एंड सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स, फार्मर्स की इनकम भी बढ़ेगी। 80,000 से 2,70,000 के बीच में जो बहुत बड़ी समृद्धि यहाँ आ सकती है। लेट अस फोकस ऑन दैट। नाउ लुक एट द प्रॉफिट। 80,000 रुपए में कमाल आप कभी तो 1 लाख रुपए में बेचते हैं, कभी आप बड़ी मुश्किल से नो प्रॉफिट नो लॉस पे छूटते हैं, राइट? So now you will be able to sell the same material which you took 2,70,000 rupees to create 1 ton of isolated texture vegetable protein, HMMA, and protein concentrates. I'm talking about on an average. So that cost from 270,000 is your cost. वो अब 4,25,000 रुपए पर टन के हिसाब से वो दाम बेच पाएंगे। आज के दिन में वो चीज तो 2,000 रुपए किलो में बिक रही है, जो हम यहाँ पर 600, 700, 800 रुपए में बेच पाएंगे। और उसकी प्रोडक्शन लागत कितनी होगी? लगभग आधी। So that's the kind of opportunity. टोटल रेवेन्यू आज आप अपने मिल से 12 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू लेते हैं तो आप 50 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू ले पाएंगे। और आप जहां आपको प्रॉफिट 3 करोड़ बड़ी मुश्किल से होता होगा, उसमें आपका प्रॉफिट जो है 20 करोड़ का हो सकता है। ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी एक आइडियल प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट की है, जो कि इस क्लस्टर का एक पार्ट होगा। लेकिन क्लस्टर इज मच बिगर देन दैट पर्टिकुलर फर्स्ट यूनिट, व्हिच आई एम कॉलिंग इट एज ए मॉडल यूनिट। We will put for this, we might need about 20 acres of land. So 21 crore we are likely to get subsidy. 10 crore we will put from our own pocket, or we will take loan from the bank. We will also put up a cooperative of farmers. Cooperative of farmers means the debt equity ratio is not 2:1. अगर आपकी जेब में 1 रुपया है कोऑपरेटिव की जेब में, तो बैंक उसको 10 रुपए लोन देने के लिए तैयार है। And Government of India every year gives some grant to a cooperative. So you have that kind of an amazing opportunity. And some people don't know, but it is also true that cooperative allows a private sector to own 20% equity in that. So all that will be done on the farmer level, on the processing level, at your level. So this is the opportunity, and we will only need about maybe 4 crores. I just asked one of the members is already in the room. I forgot the name of the person, and he said that I have a land about 30 kilometers away, and I asked him what is the cost of this land. He said that the cost of the land is 22 acres, and I'm here to find out whether I can put up a unit like this on my land. So this is the kind of opportunity that you can consider today. Sorry, I'm not having the card in this pocket. So we will be able to get the payback period in 2 years' time. So that's the opportunity in brief. And after this meeting is over, we will work with the technology team, we will work with the investors, we will work with the incubators, we will work with JU Agri Science, and we'll find out whether we can come out with a concept note which works with everybody, including the investors. So by September 22, we hope to give you the final concept. By October 22, we hope to finalize the partners. Some of the people, those who are in the room today, we have invited them to be a partner, but they will also have to weigh and assess the opportunity. And then they will say कि हमको partner बनना है या नहीं बनना है। Partner कोई भी हो सकता है, नागपुर से भी हो सकता है, और international organization जो यहाँ पर है मौजूद, वो भी हो सकते हैं। AAK स्वीडन से आई है, या हमारे पास GAI है, हमारे पास Novozymes है, यहाँ पर और लोग भी मौजूद हैं, यहाँ पर Baker Perkins को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। तो ये सब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को हम वेलकम करेंगे, एंड देन देयर आर इन्वेस्टर्स आल्सो। इनिशियलाइजेशन ऑफ लैंड एक्विजिशन, हमको लगता है कि नवंबर में हम लैंड एक्वायरिंग स्टार्ट कर देंगे। जैसा कि आपको पता है कि लैंड एक्विजिशन में बहुत टाइम लगता है, तो तब तक हम कोऑपरेटिव फॉर्मेशन स्टार्ट कर देंगे दिसंबर में। अप्रैल 2023 में हम एक ट्रेडिंग ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट कर देंगे, ताकि जब तक कि पूरा प्रोसेस स्टार्ट हो जाए तो एटलीस्ट यू आर इनटू द गेम। कंप्लीशन ऑफ लैंड एक्विजिशन विल बी ओवर बाय नेक्स्ट ईयर अराउंड दिस टाइम। जुलाई 2023 में डीपीआर बन जाएगी, डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बन जाएगी, सितंबर में फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर उसका हो जाएगा और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अवार्ड करना शुरू कर देंगे हम अक्टूबर 2023 में। कंस्ट्रक्शन जो है इस प्रोजेक्ट की 2024 के जनवरी में स्टार्ट होने की उम्मीद है और होपफुली करते हैं कि हम 6 महीने में उसको बहुत फास्ट स्पीड में कंस्ट्रक्शन को कंप्लीट कर देंगे और मई 2025 में वो सारी मशीनें लग के उसकी जो कमर्शियलाइजेशन जो टेस्टिंग करके हम मई 2025 में लगभग 2 साल में आज के बाद 3 साल में यहाँ सितंबर 24 यस लगभग 3 साल में आज के बाद ये प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। सो दिस इज द थॉट which we are right now building. I would like to ask your opinion on this. If you have any question, you can ask that. So we have invited the stakeholders and they are in this room. Ahimsa VC, Jinesh Shah is sitting here. JU Agri, I have Ajay Kakra sitting here. And we have Crystal Venture partner from Bengaluru. Implementers, of course, we are there. APEDA is there to take interest in this. And Nagpur Dall Millers Cluster is at the forefront. Bhojani is leading it. VIA is there. Farm BM Agro One, which is part of Sakal Group. Adinath Chavan is the director from there. And Ved, you all know, this is your organization. Then, of course, Director of Industries is likely to take interest in that. We have had one meeting in Mantralaya before the government change. And now with the same government in the center and state, I hope things will happen at a faster pace. 3P Group is there with Manish. GA is there here. We have Prachit here. And from research organization, Novozymes is very well represented with their president, Mohanji and Suchitra, both of them are here. AAK is Rahul Gupta is here. It's a Swedish organization. NIFTAM is the institute. We are represented through LIT is present on the dais. And Saimega, Simrise, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Honorable Dr. Dayata Rao is there. So we will take help from this institution. LIT is also there. And then the forward linkages with the organization, private organization, those who want to do the selling. Like Diallo is already exporting, resolution is there. We will help. All our members are the buyers of this project. International Plant-Based Food Working Group, international members of our international federation, they are your buyers. And of course, the MIHAN SEZ will help us with the linkages. And welcoming more SPV partners to realize this stellar project to its full potential. So with this, thank you very much. And I hope that I request Honorable Shri Samanji, the Development Commissioner from MIHAN SEZ, to kindly come and listen. Thank you. We can take the questions in that.
Answer this a simple question.
We can take the questions in that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Really happy. We thought MIHAN has become a desert desertification because nobody is willing to come to our. There's almost 3,000 acres of land. It's a very ambitious project. We thought a lot of units will come up. But then Manoharji is always enthusiastic, dynamic, optimistic. He said that we will definitely do something. I'm happy that finally you brought Sanjay ji here and then we are actually discussing how to go forward in creating this industrial clusters. I mean, actually, I'd like to just talk about veganism. So we have in India a lot of different types of veganism, week through veganism, Saturday veganism, Thursday veganism. So a lot of strange activities go on here. But whatever it is, veganism is definitely improving, and then a lot of restaurants are exclusive, veg restaurants are coming up. And then the most important thing is we have something called midday meal scheme. There, because I was the Ministry of HRD for some time, it's a huge scheme where almost 10,000 crores per year it's being funded by the government protein, we have undernourishment, malnourishment. That's where this plant-based protein can definitely be of a lot of use. And Sanjay was talking about farting. Other than human farting, the animal farting causes this global warming. So it is better we reduce this usage of animals for our protein. Now, coming back to my MIHAN, I have a split personality. I'm not only a development commissioner, MIHAN is said, I'm also additional DGFT. So those of you who really don't want to get into a special economic zone, you have something called EPCG scheme. EPCG is export promotion capital goods scheme. I think most of the Dall mill exporters, all of you have already taken away this advantage. So where you can import capital goods, whatever sorting machines or sorting soda, a lot of equipment you can import at zero rate of duty. So it's a very simple scheme. Now coming back to this special economic zone, Sanjay, you were talking about acquisition of land and getting a bit confused. You want to acquire agriculture land and for what purpose? Is it for industrial purpose or?
It is, since we require a big piece of land, the
So setting up your cluster,
clusters, yes.
how much of approximate area?
So 20 acres is the land that required.
Because you don't have to go for acquisition because I have
So we can,
3,000 acres.
so we can speed up.
Yeah, definitely. Anytime you get straight away come into my zone, we have surplus land and obviously it must be very fertile land because this is already agricultural land. 5 villages were displaced to create this zone. And so naturally you can immediately start your farming. I mean, I can't say it's for agriculture, but whatever how you use it for organic farming, I'm not sure. But again, one thing is this: now for plant-based protein, I think organic farming, I think has to be the most important thing. So maybe you have to go for contract farming. You can go up to Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. You have vast tracts of agricultural land which are underutilized. Because my DGFT, my jurisdictions up to Chhattisgarh and Chindwara in Madhya Pradesh, most of the some part of Madhya Pradesh. Then we have this part of the poorest region of Vidarbha and up to Telangana, Adilabad also. So most of these areas, if you have a successful cluster here, contract farming, you can go up to all these areas. So really, it's excellent initiative. So I really hope that you come forward and MIHAN, allotting land in MIHAN will go all over and ensure that it's allotted at the earliest, so you can start immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Shri V.K. Vidyarthi to kindly.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much. Let me introduce first myself. My name is V.K. Vidyarthi. I am the General Manager in APEDA. I am dealing with this common infrastructure, natural products, organic products, GI products, and the health foods. So, first of all, I would like to give my thanks to Sanjay ji and Manoj ji for inviting me for this program. And thanks for all my friends on the desk. So it's a good initiative that Nagpur, we are going to start first protein cluster on pulses. As you know, pulses in agriculture, pulses has to play a big role because pulses are responsible to fix the nitrogen from the air and provide more nutrition to the plants, to the rhizome. That in agriculture cycle, if you use pulses, then there is a very limited requirement of urea is required in your agriculture. That means you can save your input cost which you are using by using the urea in your agriculture inputs. So protein is a very good crop and wonderful crop And protein, this pulses are very good in the grain-fed area because they consume very little water. So as a marketing strategy or the brand building, you may be aware that the carbon footprints and water footprints are also the major important points which most by importing countries prefer that your crops, your agriculture production should be from a place which are in form of natural way or natural production. So pulses consume very little water and responsible to emit very limited amount of carbon in the nature. So pulses are very important in your area, and Vidarbha area is already rain-fed area, not much water is available. So for the farmer's point of view, it is a wonderful crop which can improve the farmer's income and their economics. So let me also inform you more on that. APEDA has initiated a program, NPNP, that means National Program on Natural Products. In the program, we are developing the export standards. So all the millers, those who are there, and the vegan food processors. So I will request them. You may brand your pulses or the vegan product as a natural vegan or GI vegan or organic vegan. If you market your product like that on that theme, you will get a maximum price in the international market. I think we are the first country who will launch internationally natural vegan products because still we have around 51% rain-fed area. The rain-fed area is very much suitable for crops like pulses and the millets, etc. And from this rain-fed area, we are getting 40% production. And from the conventional agriculture, which is being irrigated, we are getting the 60% production. So there is not much big difference. If we improve our package of practices in agriculture, definitely from the rain-fed area, we can increase our productivity. And moreover, when we increase our productivity, the chances for the residue contamination, which is coming from the pesticide and the excess use of fertilizer, it is very much detrimental. And if you go to the WHO data, you will find that maximum number of health disorders and the cancer patients are in India because we are not using the fertilizers, pesticide judiciously. If we produce safe food to our consumer, the world, definitely we will serve our nature. And if we go our history in the past, even before the colonial area, our agriculture GDP was much more, around approximately 60% of the world, and our this total GDP was around 35%. At that time, India was called as a golden span. Though we don't have the gold, but with the agriculture produce, what our farmers we have, we trade them to the Europe through Arab people. We get a lot of gold from these countries. At that time, there was no problem in the society, no farmer society, and everybody was happy because we follow the circular economy. All the needs of all the farmers or all the citizens or all the consumers in the society are being fulfilled by this agriculture easily because farmers are not compelled to buy the inputs from outside. So whatever they have, they just utilize and produce good food. And as said by Commissioner Saab, that if we go with pulses, it will save our climate also. And climate change is a big problem as of now. The temperature of Earth is rising. So one side we have to save the Earth, on other side we have to save our soil also. And moreover, we have to focus our agriculture on livestock-based agriculture instead of a direct agriculture, because whatever fertilizer, biofertilizer we will get from the animals, the same fertilizer will be used for the agriculture purpose, and it will reduce the input cost of the farmer. So farmers definitely will be in the benefit. So let me pledge that India is a country where अहिंसा is a परमो धर्म. मतलब है कि हम अहिंसा पे विश्वास करने वाले लोग हैं और ये समाज है और अहिंसा का संदेश इस भारत ने पूरे संसार को दिया है. तो हम ये अहिंसा को अपनाएं और देश को बढ़ाएं और प्रकृति के साथ चलें और प्रकृति के लिए. धन्यवाद.
So now requesting Shri Dr. Dayakar
Just speak.
You can make the presentation.
Outset, I thank the organizers for considering me to be part of this. The very first reaction when Sanjay ji has floated this idea that I should be part of it, my reaction was, is it a pulse-focused program? He just allayed my fears and then he said, no, it is a much broader platform we are taking. So finally, thank you for both Sanjay and Manoharji for bringing me. But I just want to bring value addition to my presence here. I come from Indian Institute of Millet Research and we have a Nutri Hub, which is a commercial facade of this millet commercialization and all these things. So I'm perhaps a odd man out in this pulse group talking about millets, but I think I'm very happy to hear from all the speakers about millets so far. So I think that speaks about that the inclusiveness that is the need of our today. Because Nagpur, if you try to ask people that what it is famous for, I think this Vidarbha region is primarily the suicides. So I think this particular idea seems to be very good for me because in today's context, the environment, ecosystem, everything is, on the negative side. But say we need to learn from the current, our government in the central that all negative things are portrayed by branding into the positive side. So similarly, this particular the ecosystem that comes where Nagpur is part of that ecosystem, how we can really brand and bring in value, especially I like your presentation, Sanjay, that teaching it because today's context, anything we do that we need to have a unique selling proposition. So that is what you brought out. Maybe we can add a little more of it. And being I come from a scientific background, I would like to bring some little insights which can help you to really forge and make a business proposition much more value, both domestically as well as the international community also. So I have a presentation. So country is in fact going for, once upon a time food security was a major concern, but we are moving away from food security to the nutrition security. That is what we need to understand whether it's a protein, whether it is millets or pulses, which they are close cousins I can call because they come from a similar ecosystem where the dry land, poor water conditions, you must know that the water requirement of millets and pulses are around 300 to 400 ml. When you compare to rice, it is about 1200 millimeter and sugarcane 2100 ml water. So it makes a lot of sense for us to say that how we conserve the low water footprints. Vidyadeji was talking about that carbon footprints. These days, all these have an economic value. So I think it is this what Sanjay Sethi was talking. I put in a different language that it's the cluster, the plant-based protein cluster. What is a cluster? I'm saying it's a value chain. So building a value chain includes all the stakeholders concerning both backward integration and forward integration. So just I quickly go through these things. I know that there's a short time for me. I'm heading that as a chief executive of NutriHub. We are having startups of about 300 startups are built and we are supporting them even financially also. Some granting aids are given. So some of you people who think that they can connect to us because government has entrusted us with various other things. I think some of you must be knowing, but many of you may not be knowing. 2023 is the International Year of Millets. So very little time for us to really catch up. People are working on the direction. Prime Minister himself is pushing on that as a brand ambassador. So this, I think he has said a lot of things, but I would like to bring it the physico-chemical properties, structural properties, amino acid composition, and functional attributes of plant-based proteins are great interest. If you want to technologically view these things, we talk about the protein. Protein is a macronutrient. You can call as a macronutrient. Micronutrients are also there. So when you talk about the protein, the animal-based proteins have a complete profile of amino acids. So when you talk about the pulses that we talk about, they are deficient in certain things. Something like methionine is one such thing. So I'm going to talk about that particular quality aspect, which we can, because in tomorrow's context, today's context or the future context is that we need to bring in the quality aspects. Because if you want something monetary advantage, then how we can bring it. So the nutrition science says that it's not a single commodity that have, say, God has given about 4,000 species edible things we can eat. Unfortunately, we restricted ourselves to rice, wheat, corn, potato, sugarcane, these 5 commodities. How grossly we are just trying to just waste away other resources which got. That's the reason today on the prime phase what we have is the lifestyle diseases. We have all the hidden hunger. What is hidden hunger is nothing but you look outside, a gentleman is looking very fine. But inside, we don't know whether how the micronutrient deficiency is causing him many other things, bringing a lot of this. COVID has brought out these things very openly. People, those who look very, very fine at their outside, including the daily gym and all this, but inside immunity is a big problem and all. So that is what is the micronutrient deficiency. Then you talk about National Health Family Survey that has brought out now after 6 decades of our independent India. Still, we are at more than 50% of the targeted groups are under malnourished, whether it is iron and protein and many other things are also there. So it speaks about volumes that there should be a strategically change in our position where we need to take it. Now, I'll just have to go through quickly. See, this is what the malnutrition I was talking about. So plant-based dairy and meat alternatives can provide an equal quantity at significantly lower cost while reducing forest destruction and greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to understand that how this particular concept plant-based protein can be absorbed in the wider context, both in abroad as well as in India also. So what our nation eats, it speaks about various things. Of course, if you go to the North Indian side, more and more of plant-based foods, vegetarianism is more pronounced, but Northeast and South, you find that a lot of non-vegetarian. It is very important to understand these statistics to take these things. There are some environmental impact of animal proteins. So we need to understand that and how we can replace those things. I think time is there. So how we relate ourselves to the sustainable development goals. It is already said about the climate change, but apart from climate change, other goals that are, whether it's about the life below the water or life on the land or many other sub goals that are there, very important, they can connect directly to this plant-based proteins. And we know that this protein is very important, building and repairing tissues and cells, antibodies, enzymes, hormones, carriers. So innumerable things, because it is also important for weight loss also, satiety. So people must be knowing that preserves lean muscle mass also. So if that is the thing, there are top benefits of protein foods, definitely boost muscle losses, help manage your weight and then improve your mood. There are other uses, you'll be surprised. The longevity is also increased. If you are willing to stay for a longer period, there's a big message that you need to have a quality protein. Of course, it protects your heart health also. Now, this is indispensable amino acid requirements. This is very important. There are about, all the histidine, isoleucine, leucine, lysine, methionine, cysteine, and all these things, they form the essential amino acids. And totally, according to FAO 2007, it requires about 277 mg per gram of protein. So, but if 1985, it was situation was completely different. So the total protein in 2007 latest figures, they say that the safe level of protein can be 0.83 grams per kg per day, compared to earlier estimations that are there. So high quality protein sources like egg, milk, meat are there. Numeral superscripts are, you can see based on the Indian studies. So this quality protein, I'm talking about the quality protein in terms of the animal protein has all amino acids. What I restricted. You try to understand, they are also called indispensable. You cannot avoid them. You need to have all the things. That's the reason over a period of time, this animal protein is taken endorsement, especially the developed nations and all. So now today, there is what is the designer foods in terms of the veganism, where the plant-based or the imitating even the plant-based animal foods. So that is what the new thing that is coming up. So that the other aspects like that ethical aspects, slaughtering animals, all could be. Now these days, I think there are many ways. In fact, even within the non-vegetarian also, lab-based meat, that is also an analog that are being. So there is a lot of science that is getting in. Now your thigh meat is a different thing, and your shoulder meat is different thing. So every part of that is being that simulated in such a way that this particular thing. So a lot of science that is getting into that. And of course, our context here is that combining a variety of plant foods will ensure the adequate amino acids. So they are low in methionine pulses. Millets are low in lysine. So the marriage between millets, the close cousins, what I'm saying is that each one complements the other. This methionine is good in millets. Lysine is good in case of pulses. So when you bring them together, it makes a perfect combination of quality protein. So there, I think we have an advantage apart from bringing the plant-based foods, because now we have lots of things like soybean is there, pea protein is there. Of course, people call that yellow pea protein is one of the best, but we don't have that. But even a situation what we have in this subcontinent and all those things, we need to understand that what are the current supply chain that can really bring in that. Now, Nagpur is clearly endowed with all the millets. Growing regions are very surrounding, and you have soybean, you have other lentils that are there. So coming and bringing them together makes a lot of sense. So to give a industry a right weapon in their hands, because I saw many a time in the plant-based food forums, normally they don't prefer to talk on the quality of the protein, and mostly they try to source it from a single source. Now the nutrition science says that we need to have multiple sources of food. So our plate has to be, National Institute of Nutrition has come out with the My Plate concept. You can go through that. And there they give a prescription of each of the commodity, how much we need to have. So bringing that holistic combination makes our body more resistant and immune for the days to come. So adding millets also, one more thing happens is that you can add micronutrients. What are the micronutrients we are talking? If you go for ragi, it is about 369, 364 mg per every 100 grams of a quantity. So it means more than double the calcium you have it in ragi. So try to get those things. Apart from your protein, you are adding a lot of other values. So value addition to karna hai. So this is what is very important. So I have made a detailed thing, but see, some little bit of overview of millets for those who do not know. These are very rich colored things. Apart from the micronutrients, they are good in antioxidants. So perhaps pulses like Kajana's Kajan, the red gram, and others, wherever they are colored, it is normally signifies the presence of the what you call phytonutrients, which are very important for providing the cancer resistant and many other benefits that they have. So millets are very, now they are called as gazetted by the government of India as the nutri cereals. So no more coarse cereals. Pearl millet, bajra, ragi. These are the primary things that are available in Maharashtra, but you have many other things like kamni, kodo, putki, china, sawa, kudu, chawal. The teff and folio are from African nations to other millets. So we are talking about smart foods. Now we position them as smart foods. You need to define what a smart food is. It has to be good for you. It has to be good for the planet. It has to be good for the farmer. And I say it has to be good for the businessman. So that is what the smart food. So can we, Sanjay ji, that while we take up that this branding and positioning, how would it would with smart plant proteins? Smart plant proteins has to be defined in a proper perspective and try to bring in the typical characters that can qualify these particular things. So when you are talking about the smart plant proteins, people's idea was that there are multiple sources of plant protein, as you have pitched in the beginning, and bring in addressing that how it is going to help me. So individually, first it has to start at home only. Then how it is going to be the farmer, because we have to see how it is going to be benefit for the consumer as we, and the farmer is the ultimate stakeholder. In between, we have all other stakeholders who can take these things, and the value has to be accurate. So we will set up something like smart plant protein foods. So once the branding comes with these words, the smart can be very easy.
Just one small correction to that. When we usually say smart protein, we also include cell culture based protein. So because we were concerned about that the direct impact of that should also go to the farmers and increasing their farmers' income. So we restricted ourselves to only plant protein. So we did not focus on the cell-based lab meat. So we are only focusing on the plant.
So my point here is that these nomenclature matters a lot in today's context. How you bring in, if this is the case, then what is the alternate nomenclature that we can bring a unique proposition to take things forward? I think that is taken care of, I believe. So these are some of the nutritional values when compared to wheat and rice. Most of us are cereal consumers. You see that the protein part, there is many. See, the wheat protein has about 10.6, rice has about 7.9, but most of the millets, they are quite good. But see, the real basic thing which you need to understand, even within the pulses also, there could be a range of protein content. So involving the research fraternity adds a lot of value to this. For example, if you see that, we see that the proso millet has 12.5 protein. Within proso millet, if you examine the cultivars, there is a difference between 12, something like 10 to 17, 18% protein. So some little future, if the industry feels that they should be able to fund that and bring in the best part of it.
Absolutely.
So that the value, because it's a single time investment, can create a lot of value to bring in every time, every 100 gram you use, your these 7-8 grams are added protein. I think that matters a lot, and that matters means methionine is also added to your pulse. Understand? No? So that point I just want to tell. Otherwise, this all are fine. Apart from that, fiber and other things are there in this. But calcium, I have already told, magnesium, zinc, iron, all these micronutrients, including the vitamin B complexes, are also adequately present in addition to the vitamin A and E. So a lot of health benefits that are there when we are trying to bring in. So I think when we are going to make these things apart from the protein nature, but when you add these things, the type of the texture that which you are going to impart to the end products, because you can do nothing with the plant proteins per se, but finally it has to go into the mouth of the pig. So there are a lot of signs that are there. Say, I think Lakshmanarayan Institute, I don't know who is representative. Somebody is there?
Yes.
So I think we all need to work in tandem so that bringing in the best quality food and with a good taste. Without taste, health meets taste. It has to be, you talk about health, but it has to be also the taste that matters. I'm sure otherwise nobody would take it. So today technologies are there. Lot of technologies where you can go for a healthy part of it and try to get it. And no, I'm sure that we have pioneered the value chain in millets and brought out, because one of the biggest challenge that was there in millets was, okay, they are traditional crops. They are grown for the farmers by the farmers. They never grown for the market. So now today's context, they will have to grow for you and me also in the urban areas because of the nutritional problems that have come. So further, there was a big problem gap was there. It was the convenience. Can we make today's context everything has to be convenient? So otherwise you bring in some other form, nobody will accept. This plant-based protein value chain should include an aspect of the convenience. And within the convenience, there are different processing technologies. You need to choose which of the processing technology that can bring in wise and all those things. In which cannot, after processing, your quality character should not be changing it. So that not only the taste, the nutrients goodness has to be passed on, but at the same time, the additional features that can offer to the product. So we have an opportunity to think about for rice, wheat, and all those things. They have come as without choice, whatever that comes, we are eating. But plant proteins, we have a beginning. We are just beginning to do that. So choose a right processing technology and a right product which can really offer the best part of it, so that the value can be brought out to the consumer, especially young people like that. I see a lot of young people here. They need to think in a bigger way how that the future consumption market can be enhanced. So these are, you can see that we had only jawar chapati, all of you know that इसमें गर्म पानी मिलाना है, हाथ से दबाना है. So इसका बहुत ही difficult है. इसलिए people said no, it cannot be my cup, so let me leave it. But they know that it is still good, but the younger generation doesn't know. And modern Babu, she cannot make the chapatis. So bring in convenience. So we have diversified the processing technologies. The beautiful puffing, flaking, baking, cold extrusion, hot extrusion, fortified foods, instant mixes, residues. These are the ways, and try to understand which of the technology can increase the nutrient level and what will be decreased through the process. With that understanding, when we go there, then we can bring a now in the small millets we do dehulling. I think even in the polishing, Mr. Iyer, who has come from Germany, we were talking morning through the car and all this. How important it is, this primary processing, because people don't understand the grading is a vital thing for taking to the value addition. In pulse, what I see is over a period of time, only we have taken to the level of the commodity level. Yesterday I was talking to you. Can we bring in the value addition to that? So I think we will be more than happy to share our own experience to bring in a value to the pulses. There is some value addition, but Indian commodities need a lot of value addition to take that. Otherwise, we'll be left out in the sector. Now, then apart from that, there is one more point we also discussed is about, can we do something about the byproduct value addition? See, we peel off the orange and we'll throw that into the dustbin. This is our Indian side. We think that what is the core that is there and then leave the rest of the things. We don't think too much into that. What are the values that it has? Can we do some profiling of it? The value of the outer coat which you are removing and dehulling it and all this. I'm telling you, we were doing for the little millet, the bran portion, we try to analyze. There are 15% of the oil is cut there. 15% oil. So over generations, how much of we have wasted it? Just like that. So it must be that sometimes you may Eureka, you may discover something very big when you try to discover, especially the nutraceutical industry is coming up in a big way. If you have an antioxidants or phytonutrients that can be, extraction methods are established, we can bring in value addition, and of course to the farmer, value has to increase ultimately. Until and unless farmers get a higher value in the consumer rupee, he will not exceed his production. So we need to keep that in mind. And there are many other things: fermented products, malt, sprouts, cold extruded products, hot extruded products. Shelf life is very important. One has to work on that. Proso-millet protein isolates, we have worked on that. And see the different types of the products that can be plant-based foods that which we are working already. and millet recipes in combination with the pulses makes a very good combination. Whether it is a breakfast and commercialization thereof, we did it. And now, because of International Year of Millets, we are trying to take the international recipes also. So we come out with a complete systematic value chain on that. Don't take up because you are more known for only concentrating the processing of the pulses. I don't think that is there. If you are unable to do that, bring in other players into the value chain. So if it builds upon, the value is going to be of immense. So today's context, every commodity has to work in that. So plant-based value, proteins value chain has to be built. And a lot of things have to do when you try to do that, a lot of startups. So I was talking about the Nutri Hub. It's a technology business incubator, one of its kind in the country. And we have a lot of activities that we take up. 4 programs, seed support funding, which up to 25 lakhs we give. And there are people who are aspiring entrepreneurs with an idea, if they come, up to 5 lakhs rupees. So we work with international partners. Our strengths are with the big building up, lot of including APEDA is here. So we are continually building up with the state governments to pick up that corporate linkages that which we established and ecosystem. I think beyond that, I would not like to tell much, but it's going to be the international year. So I think we will go with our partner Pulses. They went ahead with the international year of millet, but now it's the turn of the millets. Let's go together and make the plant protein story a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. To kindly come and make a brief statement. I think we have to go for a tea break after that, but 2 speakers I would like to take after Shri Madhav Lave. One is Shri Girish Devdaji and another is Shri Puneet.
Sorry, I took more than that is required, but I think this group's very
we wanted to make sense. We will make up the time. Thank you. Yeah.
Namaskar, Honorable Sethi ji, Honorable Mr. Bhojwani, and other honorable dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I thank PIA and Mr. Sethi and Mr. Bhojwani for inviting me here to speak about our role in this model. I sincerely thank them. One of our saint, Tukaramji has said, Vrikshavalli ama soyare vanachari. So Vrikshavalli means plants. Plants are our associate in our life. This is the theme which I was just thinking why he says this. And then later I realized our entire industry structure, our industrial structure is based on it. For example, food, we get food from plants. We get essential oils, which is another export-oriented market. And VIA is conducting a workshop on that on 23rd of July. 70% of essential oil that is produced in India is exported. So a huge market. Our land of Vidarbha is very much suitable for producing essential oil like citronella, lemongrass, palm rosa, even geranium. So I will appreciate if some of you can join that workshop which Mr. Devdhar and his team is organizing on 23rd of July in the VIA. Then cloth. This cloth I am wearing has come from plant. Then pulp and paper. Paper that we use come from it. Then natural colors and dyes also come from plants. Not only that, recently in LIT, we have on the research, our research team has produced cities of LDO and kerosene from bamboo. So petrochemicals also we can produce from plants. In fact, as a matter of fact, the plants got degenerated millions of years back, and petroleum oil or crude oil is made of that. So we have a scope for entire industrial spectrum for this plant-based technology or plant-based industry. However, today's focus is on food industry or especially pulses. Our Vidarbha region is very good and some of the best pulses in India are produced in our Vidarbha region, especially Yavatmal and other districts. Yavatmal dal is very famous. For Yavatmal mela sasural. Sir, another pulse which lost due to government's ban is लाखोली. लाखोली की दाल जो है जो हमारे भंडारा चंद्रपुर रीजन में होती है. I understand and I will request scientists to find out. I understand the lakholi dal is very rich in proteins and I will appreciate if Sethi Saab and other people can do more research on that and encourage farmers for lakholi dal. Sir, I am from LIT and LITA, LIT Revenue Association. I am chairman of that. At LIT, we started studying food industry and oil industry from 1942. LIT is established in 1942 and the first batch was oil and food technology. We have other technologies also like pulp, paper, cellulose, then petrochemicals, paint, essential oils, oil and food. So recently we have started our incubation center where we are taking research work as well as we are creating entrepreneurs. So I welcome if any one of you has any industrial problem or consultancy or you start to do some business as a startup, you are most welcome at LIT Alumni Incubation Center at LIT. Sir, I think vegetarian diet is definitely getting importance and is very, very good. A lot of us are vegetarians, in fact. Not only that, I have seen a person who takes vegetarian diet is very active, can work hard. And our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, is a classic example of vegetarian person. You have selected Nagpur for this, and Nagpur has been the center for a lot of activities. We have two very good leaders who encourage industrial setups and help people. Is Honorable Mr. Gadkari and Mr. Devendra Fadnis. So I will appreciate, sir, that we take a lot of activities as industrial on industrial sector, and we can take help of these two gentlemen who are there. I will also appreciate if you people can have a MOU with LITA and LIT so that we can take a lot of research. We have a research lab. We have 6,000 alumni having knowledge and experience spread all over the world. This entire knowledge bank and experience bank can be at your sources once we sign up a MOU with us. And we can take up a lot of activities with the help of LIT. So I was given 5 minutes, but मेरी घड़ी बंद हो गई इसलिए कोई चिंता वाली बात नहीं है. So I think I will not take more time. Lastly, I will say वृक्षो रक्षति रक्षितः. जो पेड़ का रक्षण करेगा उसका रक्षण पेड़ करता है. So let us और साहब ने जैसा बोला अहिंसा परमो धर्मः, तो हम लोग अपनी अगर कोई नॉन वेजिटेरियन आदतें है तो उसे छोड़ के वेजिटेरियन बने. बहुत अच्छी पल्सेस, बहुत अच्छे मिलेट्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं. हमारे ज्वार, बाजरा, मक्का और वेरियस तरह की दाल होती है, उसका सेवन करें. और आप सब लोगों को धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं आपकी वाणी को
Shri Girish Devgar. Shri Girish Devgar is the chairman of MSME Forum, Vidarbha Industries.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning to all of you. The dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries present in the hall, and all invitees, members of the press, and guests. I'm very delighted to be here. And in the morning, when I spoke to most of the people here and people sitting here also, I could find out that there is something new coming up in Nagpur. अब क्या है सुनने के लिए लोग यहाँ पर सब आ चुके हैं. There are many people from Dall Mill Associations sitting here, where I happen to do 2 programs for them in last 2 months. Me with VIA. VIA and LITA together, we did for the first program for Dall Mill Association, wherein about 82 people were present. One of the the best record attendance from Dall Millers. And then what we did was, हमने उसमें देखा कि there are Dall Millers जिनकी उम्र 60-65 साल की है, उनको 1-2 बेटे, उनको बच्चे हो गए, शादी हो गई, उनको कुछ तो भी करना है. And then they don't know what to do. And that was the program which triggered कि हाँ कुछ तो भी value based addition हमने उसके अंदर में करना चाहिए. And we had another program in which all the youngsters were there. So great hats off to Dall Mill Association, और Bhojwani ji was the person who led that. Bhojwani साहब यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं. That was the program we did 15 days back, where value addition to dal, सिर्फ दाल मिल वाले जो दाल बना रहे हैं, उसके आगे क्या करना चाहिए. Before I go ahead with my 5 minutes further presentation, I can only say, which I said in Dall Mill Association also, कि ऊंचाइयों तक उठने के लिए विकास चाहिए. ऊंचाइयों तक उठने के लिए विकास चाहिए. अंधेरे को मिटाने के लिए प्रकाश चाहिए. हर चीज संभव है इंसान के द्वारा. कुछ कर सकने का विश्वास चाहिए. कुछ कर सकने का विश्वास, और ये कुछ कर सकने का विश्वास ही है जो अपेडा को और प्लांट बेस्ड फूड इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन को पूरे दिल्ली से यहाँ पर लेके आए हैं. एंड दे आर सेइंग, वी डोंट नो, बट दे आर सेइंग दैट यस विदर्भ इज द राइट प्लेस. हमको पता है कि वो आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं कि ये बेस्ट जगह है, और अब हमारे से लोग जागरूक हो जाएंगे तो आगे हम और बढ़ सकते हैं. आई वाज आस्किंग हिम इन द मॉर्निंग एंड देन समबडी आल्सो क्लैरिफाइड कि मैं उनको पूछ रहा था कि क्लस्टर वर्ड जो है, ये क्लस्टर हमारे दाल मिल क्लस्टर ऑलरेडी माधवन जी ने ला चुके हैं 2017-18 में, तो वैसा ही कुछ रहेगा या उसके आगे कुछ रहेगा. और एज अ सीए एंड एमएसएमई चेयरमैन, व्हाट कैन आई ऐड इन दिस प्रोग्राम. उन्होंने कहा कि आप शुरुआत में देख लीजिए लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं, सुन लीजिए, उसके बाद आप जरूर ऐड कर पाओगे. सो आई एम एबल टू डेफिनेटली ऐड. सो एज अ एमएसएमई पर्सन, बिकॉज जो उन्होंने इन्वेस्टमेंट बताई फॉर दिस टाइप ऑफ इंडस्ट्री, which will definitely be in the new definition of MSME given by the then Minister of MSME, Mr. Gadkari ji. Gadkari ji ने MSME को small को big कर दिया. मतलब it is really surprising कि as per the new definition of MSME, M stands for micro, that is investment up to 1 crore rupees in plant and machinery, and turnover up to 5 crores is micro. Then investment up to 10 crores in plant and machinery and turnover up to 50 crores is small. And investment up to 50 crores in plant and machinery and turnover up to 250 crores is still medium, that is small. तो गडकरी जी ने इंडिया के स्मॉल को बहुत बिग बना दिया. 250 करोड़ का टर्नओवर स्मॉल में आता है. And there are so many incentives which are available in this region. And let me tell you, for some those who have come from outside Maharashtra, that in Maharashtra we have two Vidarbha and Marathwada are the 2 backward regions. हो सकता है कि दाल मिल एसोसिएशन के लिए रिवीजन हो जाए थोड़ा सा, लेकिन बाकी लोगों के लिए एक नई चीज है कि विदर्भ एंड मराठवाड़ा आर द 2 बैकवर्ड रीजन्स ऑफ विदर्भ और महाराष्ट्र. एंड विदर्भ ऐसी रीजन है जहां सबसे ज्यादा सब्सिडी मिलती है इफ यू स्टार्ट एनीथिंग इन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, एंड दैट सब्सिडी इज अप टू 80% 80 ऑफ द इन्वेस्टमेंट इन एंटायर प्रोजेक्ट एफसीआई. सपोज आपका प्रोजेक्ट 20 करोड़ का है तो सब्सिडी आपको 16 करोड़ मिलती है. So you get 20%, 80% of the investment you make as a fixed capital investment in Vidarbha, in any city for manufacturing. It should be manufacturing. Or though ऐसे districts है, Washim and Gadchiroli, there you get 100% more backward. So they are aspirational areas. So किसी को भी जैसे किसी को हैदराबाद से या डिस्ट्रिक्ट से और कैसे आने का आजू-बाजू के स्टेट से, छत्तीसगढ़ है, आंध्रा है, वहां से भी किसी को नागपुर आने का, they have identified Nagpur is the best place to invest. Because यहाँ पर raw material easily available है, so then why not take the benefit of the subsidy? And in addition to this subsidy, I think Modal ji will be able to tell you better कि MOFFI की भी subsidy है for food processing, which ranges which has various 30%, 35%, 40%, 50% अलग-अलग subsidies है. If you put in food park, if you put outside food park, लेकिन subsidies vary from 35% to 50%. मतलब if there is an investor who wants to put 20 crore rupees fixed capital investment in any of the projects जो discuss आज होने वाले हैं, जिसको मैं I am a Maharashtrian, so I asked my wife what is this called, so she said it is called द्विदल धान्य, मतलब जो दाल होती है वो दो हो जाती है, जितनी भी दाल है proteins, they are called द्विदल धान्य, so उसके दो टुकड़े ऐसे हो जाते हैं, तो ये जितने भी प्रोटीन्स है इसमें किसी का भी आप एक यूनिट डालते हैं, हमारे VIA का ऑलरेडी एक मेंबर है, those who are dealing in this for the last 35 years, they are having a factory in Malkapur, and both of them, the owners are Lita members, Mr. Deshpande and Mr. Borgaonkar. For the last 35 years, their turnover is more than 200 crores, and they are dealing in same product that is almost the same. I spoke to the owner yesterday, Mr. Deshpande, and he said, yes, it is a very good line. Asakal Nagpur is the best place to put. So, where are we? We are here only. There are people to motivate us. We know the schemes. 80% subsidy plus MOF subsidy is you get more than 100%. So if a person is able to get more than 100% investment as what you do, of course you don't get in one day. It takes time. आप प्रोजेक्ट डालते हो और 50 करोड़ तक का प्रोजेक्ट बहुत बढ़िया है, मतलब up to 50 crore project, I mean good projects can come up to 50 crores, and we in VIA are there to help the entrepreneurs to understand the scheme. Today two stalwart speakers जो है आने वाले थे. One was JDI of DIC, Mr. Bharti, I think his after station is not here. Otherwise, he would have spoken on the schemes, various schemes of DIC available. And Mr. Parlevar also is not here, MSME director of this region. So, okay. So I thought that मैं कम से कम touch upon कर दूं कि ऐसी schemes available है. There are many more schemes. Small refunds you get for power subsidy है, interest. There are so many interest subsidy, power subsidy. Then suppose you go for expansion, there are again separate schemes. You new project expansion, there are separate schemes also. Somebody is having some small project today and he wants to go for expansion, still he gets subsidy. So मेरा कहने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सब्सिडी के लिए फैक्ट्री डालो, लेकिन यदि फैक्ट्री डालने के बाद ये सब्सिडी उसका बाय प्रोडक्ट है समझ के चलो, but बाय प्रोडक्ट is 100%. I mean, it is very surprising. So in such a case, what you should do is Vidarbha is the best destination. Why not come here? So for all those who are thinking of planning, he has come from Gurgaon, Delhi, कहाँ से लोग यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं. So why not Vidarbha? So I think they have selected the right place. And when we, as a MSME chairman and our team, we met Gadkari sir about 2 years back. That time he said that for Vidarbha, if you want to go for agro-based projects or if you want to go for any projects, go for import substitute projects vis-a-vis China or export-oriented projects vis-a-vis China. So, and since MSME now, he said, I have increased the limit to 50 crores. It was only 10 crores earlier. So, up to 10 crore ही सिर्फ सब्सिडी मिलती थी, अभी 10 करोड़ का 50 करोड़ कर दिया. जो 50 सालों में 10 करोड़ भी था, मतलब 1 का 2 हो गया, 2 का 5 हो गया, 5 का 10 करोड़ हो गया. 10 करोड़ का एक साल में लेकर जाते 50 करोड़ कर दिया. So, if the investment up to 50 crores is entitled for subsidy, I think we should always go for that. And one more last important thing is that since SIDBI is also here to finance. So SIDBI's lowest rate of interest, I think nobody from SIDBI is here, but SIDBI's lowest rate of interest is 6.5%. ये आप समझ लो कि आपको 6.5 या 7% rate of interest में लोन मिल रहा है, backward region की आपको सब्सिडी भी मिल रही है. It includes a 5% interest subsidy. So if you borrow at the rate of 6.5 or 7 or 8% also, and if you get 5% back, what is the average rate of interest? When we spoke to Gadkari about this import subsidy export oriented, there are two things which was the hindrance vis-a-vis China. One is the interest rate. So because of the interest subsidy, our interest rate is coming to 3%. 8 का 3 हो जाता है. And if you go for solar power, then that is a different topic altogether. Then your power cost comes to 3.4 or 3 rupees 40 paisa or 50 paisa as against 8 or 9 rupees जो हम आज दे रहे हैं. So दो जगह यदि हम competitive हो जाते हैं, power cost and interest cost. Then putting your industry जो latest इतनी सारी चीजें बोल रहे हैं और year of millets भी समय बोल रहे हैं. Next is the international year of millets. So we have millets in this region, so we can definitely go for it. We should definitely go for it, and I think that Vidarbha को पीछे देखने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी. I think with this I concluded what I want to say is finance के लिए best place है, subsidy के लिए best place है, land is abundantly available. साहब इससे कि MIHAN के अंदर में बस कितना 3000 एकड़ जगह है उनके पास. So 3000 एकड़ जगह है, plus there are so many MIDCs also where places are available. Since I am also, in addition to being a CA, I am a motivational speaker also. So I thought before I end this small 10 minutes, I would like to have a 1 minute or 1.5 minute question answer. Very interesting. That there was a person who didn't complete university education, was a college dropout. but one of the richest persons of the world, Bill Gates. Then he served in hotels and now is the owner of chain of hotels. Oberoi. Then a bus conductor became a superstar. Rajnikant. Then he worked in petrol pumps and now the owner of Hiruvayappan. Then failed in class 10 and one of the biggest cricketers of the country, Sachin Tendulkar. Then college dropout and keyboard player, one of the best music directors of this country, A.R. Rahman. Last 2-3 questions. Then slept on a bench and borrowed 20 rupees per day to reach Bombay, from Bombay to Goregaon Film City, and now superstar of the film world, Shah Rukh Khan. Right. Last 2 questions. Tea vendor and today the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi ji. And last one, recent वाला जो है कि auto rickshaw चलाने वाला has become now the chief minister of this Maharashtra state. That is Mr. Eknath Shinde. So what is this speak about? This is what motivation इनको क्या motivation मिला और आपको क्या मिल रहा है? You are sitting in this hall. There is a great motivation. There is a finance available. There is a subsidy available. And I don't think. Well, last question is the biggest Dal Mill member sitting here who can do a turnover of 1,000 crores in this sector. All the members sitting here, they can do the turnover of 1,000 crores. Bhojwani is already here as a big person. So I think we should definitely go for this. I will just conclude by, since I started with the lines in Hindi, I will conclude again by 4 lines in Hindi only. That मुस्कुराती रहे जिंदगी आपकी हर पल. If you go for latest things, मुस्कुराते रहे जिंदगी आपकी हर पल, सुनहरा हो आपका आने वाला कल, because of the investment. That रोशन हो आप इतने कि जैसे कई दीप रहे हो जल. And the last line is छूना चाहो जो आसमान तो आप उसमें भी हो सको. Wish you all the very best. Thank you, and I hope you make a huge investment in Nagpur.
Motivating speech, you are a motivational speaker. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to hear you. And now only 2 speakers, and then we'll break for tea. First, Shri Garji, Bhimsanji Garg, President of Vidarbha Dall Millers Association. And then the last of this session would be Shri Bhojwani, ex-president of Vidarbha Dall Millers Association. And we have kept the technical session after the tea break, and all the speakers who have come from outside Nagpur, who have wealth of information. They represent international organizations. So we will learn a lot today from them. But first, Shri Bhimsanji.
देवियों सज्जनों, मंच पर विराजमान सभी मेहमानों का तथा इनके साथ में आए हुए प्लांट बेस्ड फूड के बारे में जानकारी देने के लिए एक्सपर्ट टीम का मैं विदर्भ दाल मिल एसोसिएशन के सभी सदस्यों की ओर से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं तथा आपने जो जानकारी दी है इससे हमारी सभी दाल मिल वालों को लाभ होगा अपना व्यापार को बढ़ाने में तथा कंज्यूमर को बढ़िया से बढ़िया चीज देने में। मनोहर भोजवानी जी ने आज जो कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया है इसके लिए मैं इनको बधाई देता हूं तथा देश का पहला दाल मिल क्लस्टर नागपुर में लाने की श्रेय भी इन्हीं को जाता है। मैं सेठी साहब से एक अनुरोध करूंगा कि आपने जैसे बताया कि जो डेमो करेंगे क्लस्टर में मशीनें लगाई जाएंगी तो हमारे दाल मिल वाले छोटे भी हैं और बड़े भी हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी इसे ऐसी हो जो सबके अप्रोच में छोटा भी उसको लगा सके।
इसका आंसर यहाँ पर 350 ग्रुप से जो आए हुए हैं, GEA से जो आए हुए हैं, वो देंगे आफ्टर द टी ब्रेक। सो ये वही दें तो ज्यादा अच्छा है क्योंकि हम भी उनसे सीखने के लिए,
क्योंकि हमने दाल मिल एसोसिएशन में कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया था वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट के बारे में, उसमें काफी लोग आए थे। आज यहाँ बहुत कम लोग आए। सबके दिमाग में क्या रहता है, बड़ी स्कीम का काम है, बड़े लोगों का काम है, बड़ी पूंजी का काम है, बड़ी जगह का काम है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसी हो तो हर एक को अप्रोच में,
बिल्कुल सही बात है,
जिससे कि हर एक आदमी अपने व्यापार को बढ़ा सके और कंज्यूमर को बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट दे सके।
ठीक बात है, इसीलिए सब लोग मिलकर ये काम करेंगे। एसपी में विद्यार्थी जी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
मैं आपसे ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे कि हम आप लोगों को पता है कि विकास का पोटेंशियल एक्सपोर्ट डिमांड बहुत अच्छी है और टेक्नोलॉजी इसमें बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करेगी और जब तक हम छोटे लोगों को मिलर्स को फार्मर्स को स्टार्टअप को आगे नहीं ले पाएंगे आगे नहीं लेके आ पाएंगे तो ये सारे मिशन हमारे अधूरे हैं। इसके लिए हम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि IIT दिल्ली के साथ जुलाई या अगस्त में एक टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं जिसमें सारे स्टार्टअप्स को लोगों को बनाएंगे और जो भी ये प्रोटीन एक्सट्रैक्शन जो टेक्निक्स हैं उसमें हम लोगों को सिखाएंगे। तो हमारी कोशिश होगी ये प्रोग्राम पे भी कार्य वर्क चल रहा है और डेट वगैरह मैं आप सब लोगों को बताऊंगा और आप लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा वहाँ आने की कोशिश करें। हम लोग के प्रोग्राम है 2 या 2.5 दिन का करीब उसमें कोई शुल्क नहीं होगा और लेकिन आपको अपने आने जाने का रहने का खर्चा आपको स्वयं वहन होगा।
थैंक यू सर। और हमारे जो सदस्य यहाँ आए हुए हैं उनको इस क्लस्टर के बारे में जो भी जानकारी हासिल करना हो आप कर सकते हैं। विभिन्न क्षेत्रों की सभी एक्सपर्ट टीम यहाँ पे मौजूद है। किसी भी किस्म का संदेह उनके मन में हो वो दूर किया जा सकता है। धन्यवाद।
और आप प्लीज हमें लिखें भी सही, सिर्फ फोन पे नहीं, आप हमें लिखें। अगर आप लिखेंगे तो आपको उसका जवाब भी मिलेगा। सो अब श्री भोजवाल जी, श्री सुरेश भोजवाल जी।
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सभी महानुभाव और उपस्थित सभी भाइयों व्यापारियों और साइंटिफिक और सभी लोग, यहाँ पर नागपुर में कई दाल मिले हैं, 140-150 दाल मिले हैं और हम लोगों को पल्सेस प्रोडक्ट ही करते रहते हैं, मगर वैल्यू एडिशन के लिए जो आती है स्कीम उनमें हम भाग नहीं ले पाते हैं। तो ये जो बीच में अभी 15 दिन पहले हमारे डाक मिल एसोसिएशन में LIT के ही आए थे मिस्टर
दिल्ली से
हमारे लीटा के सदस्य
दिल्ली से
तो वो उन्होंने भी बताया था, मगर वो ऐसा इतना कोई सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाया क्योंकि उसका सेल पॉइंट नहीं था। अब जो प्लांट प्रोटीन क्लस्टर बनेगा उसमें जो प्रोटीन बनेगा उसका तो मार्केट है, उन्होंने बताया है कि इसका मार्केट बहुत ज्यादा है, यानी 100 रुपए वाली चीज क्या भाव लाखों में जाके बिकती है
और शॉर्टेज है मार्केट में,
शॉर्टेज है। तो चल के ये जो हम क्लस्टर आगे बनाएंगे, अभी दाल मिलों का क्लस्टर बनाया, फिर प्लांट उसके ऊपर एक और क्लस्टर बना लेंगे हम अपने सभी दाल मिलों के सहयोग से, ऐसी मेरी भावना है।
Request to all of you to kindly assemble for the tea and come back in about 10 to maximum 15 minutes. So we have right now 11:55. At 12:05 we will come back and we will start the technical session. Amazing session and very big intellectuals are in the room and they want to talk to you. So can I request Shri Ajay Kakraji to moderate the next session? Ajay? Is just turned out, so we'll come back and start at 12:05. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I can see there's a good energy in the room. And not one delegate left after the tea break. So that shows the level of interest. So we are very happy that you are here, eager to listen to amazing speakers that we have today. So requesting the moderator of the session, Shri Ajay Kakra ji, to come and introduce the panel here and also conduct this session. Ajay Kakra ji is part of JU Agri Science and they are the investing team. So requesting first of all Ajay Kakra ji to introduce himself and also introduce the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. Good afternoon all. So it's very difficult to concentrate after you have tea and biscuits. So let's try to come back to the discussion. So my name is Ajay Kakra and I'm the managing partner for JU Agri Innovation Ventures. It's a part of JU Agri Sciences. So we typically invest into agri startups, technology-based agri startups. Any startup who has some backup of technology and they are into agri, food, forestry, or medicinal plants, dairy, poultry, anything that has to do with agri and allied sectors, so bee, apiary, all those things. So we invest into that. Even latest kind of things like Web3 technologies, which is blockchain technologies. We are also robotics and other even also looking at this segment of plant based meat industries. So interest for us is basically we want to identify some of the right set of players who would be looking at driving this segment. And globally, I mean, I need not tell you, it is a very booming segment. Even in India, it holds a lot of potential. But even there's a very big difference between potential and actual thing that happens. So that's why we want to associate early with this sector, with this cluster, to understand how this cluster would be shaped up, and we can also support the cluster to shape up properly. There are a lot of questions. So coming to the session, I am happy and thankful to moderate this session. Now we've had a lot of discussion in the first session where there was a lot of, I would say that a lot of input was given for the potential of the segment. Now in this particular session, we will try to get into technicalities. We'll try to understand how the industry is looking at it and how is the viewpoint for the industry who will be participating into it. What needs to be done in order to make this cluster a successful cluster? Concept-wise, awareness-wise, we are trying to arrive there. But now we should actually be focusing on what needs to be done, action points, which industry or other players, say Dall Mills or any other player who wants to participate in this cluster, what would they want? What is their wish list? And how they can contribute. So this is the objective of the session that I'm moderating here. Now I'm very happy to quickly call upon the participants, the fellow members in the panel. I'll request Mr. Adinath Chavan, Director of Agro-One Farm DM from Sakal Group. Welcome, Mr. Chavan. Second, I'll also invite Mr. Krishna Mohan Puwada. He is the Regional President for Novozymes, South Asia. Mr. Jinesh Shah, Investment Team, Ahimsa VC. Mr. Manish Antwal, Group Director, 3P Group. Welcome, Manish. Please take a seat. Mr. Rahul Gupta, Marketing Director, AAK India. Mr. Rajit Krishnan, India Sales Manager, GE Group. And Mr. Rajiv Iyer, India Manager, Petrus, Germany. So welcome all for this discussion. So let me just take my seat and then let's start on the discussion part. I hope we are all there. Right. Yes. So I welcome all the esteemed panelists with me, and let's first just give a time check. I have been given a very strict instruction for the time, so I request all of you to take only 5 minutes to present your views. We'll try to have as much as discussion on it. And the main objective, I'll again reiterate, is that what are the critical challenges? What is the wish list for this group, which belongs to the industry, which actually comes from actual who are going to do the actual action on the ground. Now we need to look out for that, and try to figure out what are the action steps which this cluster should be taking. So one part is that awareness part, which everyone is working on. Now we're known that yes, this cluster is going to come up, but actual action steps, what needs to be done on the ground, that is what we are here to figure out. And you are all experts from your own domain. Let's try to work it out. So I'll do one thing. Let's have a chronological order because we have less of time, so we cannot have a consultative discussion. I'll invite one by one each of the panelists, and there will be a few panelists from the audience also. I'll just announce their names so that they know. Sasha Varsare, she's there. Yeah, you're there. Snehal. Starak. So I'll be calling you guys also. I mean, since we have a little restriction on the dais also. So let's begin with it. I'll first invite Adinath ji. Adinath ji, you have been you are also from Sakal Group. So we would like to understand from your views, what's your views on the cluster? How do you think this is going to support people on ground? And you're also into export. So do you really feel that there is some export opportunities which can be materialized?
Yes, thank you. नमस्ते, ऑनरेबल डायस और आप सब देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों के आए सब लोगों का मैं यहाँ स्वागत करता हूँ। मैं एग्रोन फार्म डीएम का डायरेक्टर हूँ। के बावजूद सकाल मीडिया ग्रुप आपको पता होगा, सकाल मीडिया ग्रुप is a leading daily in Maharashtra, Marathi daily, and Agron is also daily. It's the only agriculture daily in the world. ये फार्मर के लिए हर रोज पब्लिश होता है. ऐसा कोई दुनिया में ऐसा कोई अखबार नहीं है जो फार्मर के लिए. इकोनॉमिक्स के लिए आपको पता है, इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स है, फाइनेंशियल एक्सप्रेस है, बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड है, लेकिन एग्रीकल्चर के लिए पूरे वर्ल्ड में अगर बोले तो कोई ऐसा अखबार नहीं है. जो हमारे एमडी है अभिजीत पवार साहब, उन्होंने ये शुरू किया था 17 साल पहले. तो 17 साल से ये अखबार महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है और पूरे महाराष्ट्र के फार्मर जो प्रोग्रेसिव फार्मर उससे कनेक्टेड है. उसके बावजूद हम सकाल तो हमारा फ्लैगशिप ब्रांड ही है. उसके बावजूद बाकी भी फील्ड में हम काम करते हैं. इसमें एजुकेशन है, स्किलिंग है. 2 साल पहले हमने एक आस्की जो है एग्रीकल्चर स्किलिंग कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया, उसका एक प्रोग्राम था, बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम था. 3 लाख फार्मर को ट्रेनिंग देना था और वो भी टैब पे देना था, टैबलेट पे. और ये पूरे महाराष्ट्र में फंक्शन हमने ये जो प्रोग्राम है ऑर्गेनाइज किया था. हर मंडल में प्रोग्राम हो गए और उसके लिए ट्रेनर भी हमने ट्रेन कराए थे और उस ट्रेनर ने उनको सब फार्मर को ट्रेनिंग दिया था. बहुत बड़ा, मुझे लगता है कि ये कंट्री का इतना बड़ा पहला प्रोग्राम होगा जो फार्मर से कनेक्टेड है. तो ये भी हम करते. एजुकेशन में मैंने बोल दिया, वो भी हम काम करते हैं. अभी हम कमर्शियल फार्मिंग में एंटर कर रहे हैं. हमारे एमडी जो है अभिजीत पवार साहब, उनका विजन है कि सेफ फूड होना चाहिए. हम आज कुछ भी खाते हैं उसमें प्रोटीन और बाकी के जो वैल्यूज है वो भी हमें पता नहीं. जो कुछ सस्ता मिलता है वो खाना है, इतना इंडियन लोगों का ये प्रिंसिपल है. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये इसके आगे हमें जाना चाहिए. जो हमारी जरूरत है फूड न्यूट्रिशन भी उसमें होना चाहिए और सेफ भी होना चाहिए। और ये एजेंडा लेके हम काम कर रहे हैं। उसमें रिसोर्टिव फार्मिंग में हम काम कर रहे हैं और ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में भी काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा 400 एकड़ का फार्म हमने लीज पे लिया है, वहाँ पे रिसोर्टिव फार्मिंग अभी शुरू हुआ है इस साल से, और ऑर्गेनिक का भी काम हमारा चल रहा है। संजय सेठी साहब ने हमें इनवाइट किया है यहाँ पे, तो उनका कहना था कि ये बहुत आगे की ये सोच है, पूरा वर्ल्ड इसके तरफ जा रहा है, प्लांट बेस्ड कुकिंग की तरफ, तो हमें भी इसमें काम करना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी कंसेप्ट है। ऐसा जो कुछ नया है, जो अच्छा है हमारे लिए, हमारे पृथ्वी के लिए, क्योंकि सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर भी बहुत जरूरत है। बहुत से स्पीकर ने सुबह भी बताया कि जो कुछ हो सस्टेनेबल होना चाहिए हमारे लिए भी और अर्थ के लिए भी। तो इसी हिसाब से हम काम कर रहे हैं, सेफ फूड के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। तो मैं सिटी साहब को सबको बताना चाहता हूँ कि आप यहाँ पे जो कुछ तय होगा उसके साथ हम रहेंगे, और विदर्भा में हम आ सकते हैं, यहाँ पे भी हम फार्मर के साथ काम कर सकते हैं। जो कुछ तय होगा, जो कुछ डिसाइड होगा, और जो महाराष्ट्र के हित में होगा, कंट्री के हित में होगा, फार्मर के हित में होगा, उसके हिसाब से हम काम करेंगे। हमारा फार्मर का कनेक्ट बहुत अच्छा है, और आपको पता है कि एग्रीकल्चर में नॉलेज का फ्लो इतना नहीं रहता है, नॉलेज फार्मर तक नहीं जाता है। तो वो काम हम लास्ट 17 ईयर से कर रहे हैं, और उसका रिजल्ट भी बहुत अच्छा मिलता है। आपको बताने में मुझे खुशी होगी, नॉलेज की कीमत क्या होती है, बहुत बड़ी कीमत होती है। ये जो फार्मर है, प्रोग्रेसिव फार्मर, वो पूरा महाराष्ट्र के प्रोग्रेसिव फार्मर एग्रोन पढ़ते हैं, और उसमें जो 4 फार्मर ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने एग्रोन पढ़ा, उसमें नॉलेज लिया और अपनी खेती में सुधार किया, और उन्होंने बहुत पैसा कमाया। ऐसे फार्मर्स ने 4 घर बनाए विदर्भ, मराठवाड़ा में 2 है, और पूना डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 2 है। तो उन्होंने अपने घर को एग्रोन का नाम दिया। तो ये नॉलेज की जो क्रांति हम बोलते हैं, तो ये ऐसी क्रांति है। तो इसमें हम काम करते हैं, हमें गर्व है कि हम फार्मर को नॉलेज शेयरिंग कर रहे हैं। नॉलेज जो कुछ लैब में है वो फार्मर तक, हम लैंड तक ले जा रहे हैं। तो ये हमारा काम है। और महाराष्ट्र के हित में, मैंने जब बोला अभी, महाराष्ट्र के हित में जो होगा, फार्मर के हित में जो भी होगा, हमारा मीडिया ग्रुप उसके पीछे खड़ा रहेगा, और एक कॉज के लिए हम पूरा काम करेंगे। यही मैं आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir.
एग्रीवन बहुत अच्छा अखबार है, हमारी फील्ड में भी आता है। एक रिक्वेस्ट थी आपसे कि मराठी के अलावा हिंदी में भी उसको छापें।
हिंदी में बहुत आवश्यक है।
हाँ, बहुत अच्छे आर्टिकल छापे हैं, बहुत अच्छा न्यूज़पेपर है, और वो मराठी में होने के कारण थोड़े रेस्ट्रिक्शंस हैं, हम लोग नहीं उसको अच्छे से पढ़ पाते। तो हिंदी में अगर छापेंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा कवरेज, नेशनल कवरेज मिल पाएगा आपको।
थैंक यू।
वही रिक्वेस्ट, स्टेट उसमें हो, हिंदी के कुछ स्टेज हो।
अच्छा,
नेशनल कवरेज मिल पाएगा।
Thank you. So Sanjay ji, you are not there, so we started the session. Now I will request you to come up on the dais and please present the rest of the bouquet. Please. And then we'll continue. I want to do it in the last.
First week.
All right. So Adina ji, thanks a lot for your views, and it's very good to know that you will be backing up the farmers. बहुत अच्छी बात है कि आप फार्मर्स के साथ खड़े हैं। Indian agriculture में this is required. The farmer should get some backup. A lot of places we see that farmer does not have any backup, so he's left to his own fate. And this is also important for the cluster development. So one action point that we can actually look at is that there has to be some backup for the farmers and some knowledge distribution for the farmer, so that he knows how the cluster is shaping up and how he can actually associate directly to the processors or to the consumers. So that's one very good learning coming out. Now one of the important things for the cluster, because it is a highly technical cluster, the technology plays a very important role. How the processing part would be taken care. So for that, I'll invite our panelist Krishna Mohan ji to come over the desk and give his views on how technology can actually impact shaping up the cluster.
Thank you for providing this opportunity. I represent Novozymes. My name is Mohan. It's a great venture, a great step forward that we are trying to attempt to. As a company, Novozymes, we've been sort of pioneering a lot of change management across the Indian industry using biotechnology. And I'd like to take a couple of examples and through the examples, try to bring out what is needed to make sure that change management is more successful. All right, we work in the biofuel space, and today you can actually see that the government of India is pioneering 20% biofuel blending. The thought of this is actually coming in 5, 7, 10 years behind. And through that long journey, a company like Novozymes has been coexisting and working with engineering companies, a lot of NGOs, a lot of farmer communities in trying to understand what does this present. And today, when we look at the whole biofuels, it's a reality. 10% of Indian fuel is with biofuel, and then with an ambitious plan of 20% by 2025. And I'd like to draw an example. Using this example, I try to draw what is needed for us. It's about coming together and in the entire value chain, be it from farmers to the processing, to the upstream, downstream. That entire value chain has to be on the table. We need to discuss each one's problem because the problem on the front end manifests in the down. Right, so we need to look at this space in a holistic manner. That's one I'd like to bring in. The second example I'd also like to bring in is in the whole rice bran oil. Now, when you look at rice bran oil, it's a fairly new oil from an Indian context. The seeds of this were actually coming up in early 2000. So till then, rice bran oil was fairly limited, but today it is widely adopted. It's probably the third or the fourth largest consumed oil in India with fantastic health properties. So now through that change management, it's also the same thing. It's about sitting together, inviting the farmers, the collection mechanisms, all of these things together which play a role. A third example I'd like to bring in is also change management when we look at, say, a basic industry like textiles. But here it is about trying to look at textiles in a space of sustainability and carbon and a better processing ability. So textiles consumes a lot of water and also usage of a lot of chemicals. Now, using biotech, you can actually change a lot of these things, reduce harmful chemicals, bring down water consumptions, energy consumptions, and bring in the change management. Now, in all of these things, it is about understanding the value chain, looking at it, demonstrating the proof of concept, scaling up. And here comes in the exciting role, which I see a lot of positive commentary coming in from everyone, is about the space that the government, the association here can provide, which is actually a safe space to try, experiment, and learn from one another. So I'd say that these are, a few important parameters that we need to consider because the entire value chain is important. Now, while we look and see that, yes, it's an exciting space, it's also important to recognize that other countries are also seeing this as a very exciting space. Countries like Thailand, countries like in the Europe and Eastern European side, also in Canada, a lot of these things are also very, very interesting and exciting to them. So it's the race to the finish. Who comes out first? And for this is also about sitting and working on a very, very collaborative manner. We need to understand where are the risks, right? The opportunity is huge, but where are the risks? How do we mitigate the risk? And it is this steering group or the steering group that gets created as part of this association, the cluster, that need to really look at the entire value chain, look at the risk, look at the opportunities, and there is the time that is needed to overcome the risks. So it's about concerted effort coming together, putting together, applying the great minds. We have sharp brains from an Indian context, but it's very, very clear that we need to act fast and think fast, act fast to realize the great potential that this space presents. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mohan. I think very good views coming out of it. Value chain approach, looking at sustainability, change management, which needs to be properly done, and coming out to the risk part of it. That's going to be some of the areas that we need to work out. And specifically when we talk of risk, every cluster that is in the example of RBO, which was rice bran oil, which is a successful one. There are many which are not successful also. Let's not forget that. And let's also learn from that. I mean, a lot of them fall apart because of lack of foresight, lack of planning, where they are not able to see what actually is going to strike them if they are not doing proper planning or the risk management. And if the entire ingredients are not provided to the participants. So that's one very important thing which is coming out. We can also use that as a key point for times to come. How do we actually need to work out these pain points of these areas? Develop a very good insight and then try to execute in the same manner. So now let me also call upon Asha madam. Ma'am, we would request you to come out and please have your views. Asha Bewareji, please. And we request you to guide us also on how we should be actually going about this.
I'm Asha Bewareji. I'm a quality general manager of Haldiram. I look after the quality and all technical juries on this dais and all guests present here. We heard a lot about this plant-based protein cluster. Now, as Mr. Rao said, we can say it as a really smart protein base. But now we should see where we are at present. Plant-based proteins are meat substitute that everybody knows. Now it is coming in the mainstream and reaching to more consumers. Demand is growing due to improving the taste, nutritional value, and especially environmental impact. New generation is looking after the environmental impact, and it will help us. But after 2 years, wider range of variety of these products and source of protein. Actually, we are developing many products, but we are facing the source of protein because many proteins are not helping to make a special texture of the product. So we are working on many proteins. Now we have developed 4-5 products by using the pea protein and soya protein. But there are many challenges in this protein. It is not easy target. In India, some brands are working. Example, Veggie, Blue Drive, Good Dot. We are also working with the Cheja food, which is in North. And these plant-based protein products are more popular in North. In India, plant-based products that is accepted to 77%. And the age group is what we have studied. We have tested some market and age group is between 22 to 24, 22 to 44. In India, plant-based products will have a certain requirements such as taste, because we Indians we need taste, mouthfeel, affordability, technology, nutritional, and there is a regulatory also. Product formats available are which we can manufacture: burger, patties, sausages, nuggets, meatballs, keema, kebab, biryani. So there is a large variety of products which we can manufacture, and there is a lot of scope to use this plant-based protein in these products. But only challenge is to how you will make the texture. Last month I was in USA and I tasted some products there, but they cannot give a good texture because we Indians we need taste and texture both, because we eat daily this curry in the morning. So we want taste. See now in Domino's this menu card, you will see that unthinkable pizza, which is made from this plant-based protein, which is a very good product. I have tasted it. The advantages of the plant protein-based products are plant-based ingredients can successfully stimulate the nutritional specification. These products, plant-based proteins, are successfully stimulate the nutritional significance. Products have lower saturated fats, lower emission of greenhouse gases leads to sustainable environment. See, now vegan. All our Haldiram products are almost vegan. Example, you take mung dal. We are manufacturing daily 90 tons of mung dal, and it contains 20 to 21% of protein. Now, there are many vegetarian products available. That is Greek yogurt, which contains 23 grams of protein per cup. Then lentils contain 4 grams of protein, 1/4 of a cup. Then beans also, chickpeas, blackberries, black beans, chia seeds, and quinoa is now upcoming for this protein. Peanut butter is also a very good product, which is an upcoming product. Then millets are also there. But now in Haldiram, we are getting a lot of inquiries for this meat-based product. It is replacing the meat we are getting, and there is a lot of inquiries from the Europe, and we are working on that product. And I think next year we are going to launch this product. So definitely, if this protein-based cluster will come in here, so it will be beneficial to us also, and we will use their protein, and especially it will be cost effective to us, because now we are importing proteins from other countries.
Very good.
Naturally,
It is very nearer to your factory where our cluster is located.
so it will be beneficial to us, and whatever support you want from our side, technical support or for trials, and we will support you. That's all.
Thanks a lot. I think we have a query here, ma'am. Someone wants to ask a question.
It's actually a generic question. Lot of meat replacements, meat analogs, or whatever we see in market are mostly sold. So whether it be, Nutella products, or chunks, or even soy milk, or the yogurt, or whatever we are speaking of. One of the queries that is right now what I have is more related to dal millers. What we have is our byproduct, which is churni, which is the powder of the dal. And largely, we have not had any proper research where it could be more extended to us, so that at what levels, whether there is a concept note which is there, and we could understand that even an individual can do it, performing an SPV and making it as a common facility and doing it. So that is where we have been stuck, where while like Manojji also said in the beginning, we have been selling dal and its byproducts as commodity only. तो ये जो चीज है ये हमारे साथ में अभी तक वो ट्रिकल डाउन नहीं हुआ है, तो वो उसका वे फॉरवर्ड क्या है? How do we get to enter into this if we are to benefit from it?
See, you can give us the sample, we can develop a product. Last,
Mr. Rao can help in this thing. We have a discussion with Mr. Rao. They send the samples to our lab at Hyderabad. They will make the profile out of it.
I'm also
yeah. You can give us the sample, we can develop the product. And last month, last week I was in Ahmedabad. I saw their mung khakra, which is a new invention. Yeah, it's a very good product. I tasted it. It is also additional. Because we are seeing khakra is made from wheat flour only. But first time I saw khakra is made from mung dal.
Actually, we are talking about the byproduct which is coming out of when we are processing the pulses.
Yeah, I know.
Husk like this. So, we have discussed with Mr. Rao. So, yesterday I have discussed it. So, he's telling that please send the samples to our lab at Hyderabad, so that we make a complete profile out of it. And by profiling this thing, we can understand the things from where we can get the value addition in this product.
It's a powder, no?
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
I think
Taste the product.
I'll have to interrupt here. See, we are running out of time. So we can take the questions later on, please. So just for a general announcement, if anyone has a question, please reserve it for the last, because once we are through with the speakers, then we can take questions. We have some session for the questions. But it is very interesting, ma'am. From you, we got a very good insight. Particularly when you are saying that vegan meat is becoming prominent, and there are a lot of queries coming out from Europe. So that's a very encouraging thing. I think our cluster can actually see that if we align to this kind of requirement, the cluster can actually develop well. But another thing that which ma'am said was also important and action point for us is that the right set of varieties, crop varieties needs to be there in order to have the right texture and right nutrition for these processed foods. So that's one action point that we should also be looking at. How we can actually look at varietal changes so that it suits the industry requirement. So very thanks ma'am for guiding us on this. Now let's move forward to it. So we've heard industry how they are saying what their requirements is. So let's go to now Manish ji. I'll request Manish ji to come up and share his views about the technicalities because he's from 3P group. So let's understand the technicalities of this industry. We would be happy to share your experience.
Thank you.
You are present?
Yeah, I have a small. Just a moment, please.
I think it's there. So, thank you, Mr. Sanjay, for inviting us here. And morning session was quite good. कहानी बता दी संजय जी ने थोड़ी. We understood the premises of what is plant protein, and now I think we are in more of a technical session. कि इस industry में investment कैसी हो रही है, and what is that we are trying to achieve by discussing the texturized vegetable protein or plant-based proteins. I will give you a small example. California does a lot of presentation about their almonds. They will tell you, okay, how the almonds are being utilized, what are the byproducts, how different value-added products can be made. Similarly, blueberry pulp, which is from a different region, they will also tell you how blueberry pulp is being utilized. I think where Indian food industry or Indian raw material manufacturing industry has failed is to communicate what is the utilization of my product. And I think that's where we need to do a lot of value addition. There are different elements from the supply chain. There are farmers, there are mid-level processor, there are final level processor, and then end users. The plant-based protein industry, what we are talking is a middle-level industry where we are trying to utilize a byproduct or a product from dal mill or dal, and then convert it into a protein isolate or protein concentrate, which can be further utilized into texturized vegetable protein or meat and oil. So the industry is divided into two parts. One is before texturized vegetable protein or before meat and oils, and the meat and oils industry. So your role primarily will be, in getting into isolate manufacturing, concentrate manufacturing, and if at all you feel that it is appropriate to add further value addition and put up a meat and oil industry, you can also put up a extruder. And as every entrepreneur, is interested, particularly post-COVID session, सबको ये लगता है कि मेरा जो investment है वो कम होना चाहिए. And my investment should be, have agility in case the product doesn't do well, then I should be able to manufacture a second product or a third product utilizing the same technology. So flexibility or agility of a technology becomes more important. And I think as a food technologist, I myself am a food technologist. I started this company way back in 2005. और हम इंडस्ट्री में 3 वर्टिकल्स में सर्विसेज देते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट, प्रोसेस मैनेजमेंट एंड प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट. दैट्स व्हाई वी आर कॉल्ड 3P ग्रुप. और हम इस कंपनी को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, व्हिच इज बेकर पर्किंस, 100-year-old कंपनी बेस्ड आउट ऑफ यूके, प्रोवाइडिंग डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजीज इन फूड इंडस्ट्री. आज हम कच्चा आम खाते हैं, अल्पेनलीबे खाते हैं, तो दैट प्रोडक्ट इज मेड ऑन बेकर पर्किंस टेक्नोलॉजी. पार्ले का मिलानो बिस्किट खाते हैं, तो दैट प्रोडक्ट इज मेड ऑन बेकर पर्किंस टेक्नोलॉजी. Kellogg's chocos khate hain, so that product is made on Baker Perkins technology. So they are technology providers for different sectors. And extrusion is a technology which we have been exploring since last 20-25 years for development of various food products. Now the question is, are there technologies which are better than extrusion? Yes, there are technologies which are better than extrusion, but why we focus on extrusion is because of the agility. The extrusion technology gives you agility of manufacturing not only meat analogs, but other direct expanded product or center field product. In case you put up a plant for a TVP, you can have add-on equipments which can be added further downstream and which can make a different product utilizing the same technology. And that's the advantage, and that's the focus we have. Second utility of extrusion technology is it can give you both the products. The products are low shelf life product as well as high shelf life product. Now, ये क्वेश्चन क्यों आएगा कि लो शेल्फ लाइफ प्रोडक्ट भी होना चाहिए और हाई शेल्फ लाइफ प्रोडक्ट भी होना चाहिए? Low shelf life product contains higher moisture content, which is Sethi sir was saying maybe high moisture TVP is more acceptable in the market because of the looseness, the fibrous texture, etc. Whereas high moisture and then low moisture texture product will be more popular when you're looking at it from the export point of view because you need 18 months shelf life. And that's why this technology has adaptability to make products which are either high moisture products or which are low moisture products. So what are the products we are looking at? We can look at final products as well as intermediate products utilizing the same technology. हमारा जो role है as a food technologist, where my role comes into picture or my organization's role comes into picture is सारा का सारा equipment बाहर से लाने का जरूरत नहीं है. As investor का ये the major thought process is why do we need to buy a tank from UK when we can manufacture here in India? Yes, that's true, and that's how the technology is changing. I mean, there are various dignitaries from institutes like Millet Institute, LIT. Every organization has invested into developing the technology beyond bakery and dairy. वरना हम ईरानियों ने बेकरी टेक्नोलॉजी लाया, डॉक्टर वर्गीस कुरियन ने डेयरी टेक्नोलॉजी लाया, उसके आगे हमारा बहुत ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हुआ नहीं था in terms of technology. But now the technology is coming into picture where institutes like DFRL, CFTRI, LIT, UDCT, IITs, everybody is playing their role and the technology is getting into the next level. And that's why even though we are little behind compared to Europe, but we are not that behind now. And we are trying to bring in the core components from Europe and develop all non-core components in India so that the cost of investment is low. Because nobody is willing to wait for 10 years to get the ROI on whatever investment they are making. And that's why आज यहाँ हम कितना भी टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में बात कर ले, हम कितना भी टेक्नोलॉजी आपको समझा दे, at the end of the day, our thought process is पैसा वापस कब आएगा? It is as simple as that. कितने साल में वापस आएगा? And where we can play a role is one is reducing the cost of investment. Second is utilizing the capacity to the fullest. If the plant doesn't run for 275 days, it is not viable. आप कोई भी इंडस्ट्री ले, अगर 275 दिन वो प्लांट नहीं चल, भले 20% कैपेसिटी में चला, लेकिन 275 दिन चलना चाहिए. अगर वो चला नहीं, तो उस टेक्नोलॉजी का कोई यूटिलिटी नहीं है और उस प्रोजेक्ट का कोई फ्यूचर नहीं है. And that's why our role will come where we can bring in value addition in terms of एक ही मशीन हो जिसमें 4 प्रोडक्ट निकलते और वो 4 प्रोडक्ट मैं कहीं पे भी बेच सकूं, इंडिया में बेचूं, इंडिया के बाहर बेचूं, कहीं पे भी बेचूं. And the cluster which is being formed, इस क्लस्टर का मेन रोल होगा कि नागपुर की दाल के बारे में बताइए. और ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे पास प्रोडक्ट नहीं है. हमने I think Haldiram, somebody is from Haldiram. Haldiram is the first product which has made a global name of all Indian sweets. सारी इंडियन स्वीट्स को वो ग्लोबली पहुंचाया. हम तो खा ही रहे हैं, लेकिन यूरोपियंस भी खा रहे हैं. इंडियन करी इज अ वर्ड इन द ऑक्सफोर्ड डिक्शनरी ना. तो हमारे पास मूंग दाल का हलवा है, मूंग दाल का लड्डू है, मूंग दाल का, आप अगर साउथ में जाओगे तो मूंग दाल का वड़ा आता है, which is a fried वड़ा. So all dals can be utilized in a different product platform. तो जब तक मैं value added products का platform नहीं बनाऊंगा, I think my debate with Mr. Sethi was that कि आप सिर्फ टीवीपी के बारे में मत बताओ, आप दूसरे प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताओ कि मूंग दाल का हलवा रेटॉर्ट में पैक करके 1 साल रह सकता है, बिस्किट बन सकता है जो 18 महीना रह सकता है, सीरियल बार बन सकता है जो प्रोटीन रिच है, आजकल सब लोगों को बार चाहिए। तो आप दाल का मिक्सचर बना के आप फॉर्मुलेट करके प्रोडक्ट बनाइए जो 18 महीना या 20 महीना स्टेबल है, तो ही कोई एसोसिएशन को या कोई मैन्युफैक्चरर को एनकरेजमेंट आएगा कि ओके, these are the value added products I can make out of this raw material, and hence मैंने फार्मर को बताना चाहिए कि तुम दाल लगाओ, तो ही फार्मर को पैसा जाएगा, वरना पैसा नहीं जाएगा। And that's where we are saying that we don't want to work into singular product in any investment. We want to say that आप multiple product बना सको ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी में आप यूटिलाइजेशन करो, तो हमारा एक्सट्रूडर कहाँ काम में आएगा। सारा किसी ने पॉइंट आउट किया अभी कि सोयाबीन बेस्ड है, it is a big cartel. I mean, I don't want to use word cartel, but it is a big propaganda कि सोयाबीन अच्छा है, and no doubt सोयाबीन अच्छा है, लेकिन सोयाबीन हमारा प्रोडक्ट नहीं है, इंडिया का प्रोडक्ट नहीं है, हमने उसको इंपोर्ट किया है। किसी ने हमको बताया कि सोयाबीन अच्छा है इसलिए हमने उसको लगाया, और हमने फिर उसमें से ऑयल निकाला, उसमें से जो फ्लावर बचता है उससे से प्रोटीन बनाना चालू किया, and that is the reason why soybean has become globally popular, and that's why all industries globally are सोयाबीन बेस्ड। इसकी वजह से उसका प्रोडक्ट का कॉस्ट कम। हमने हमारा दाल घर में ही रखा हुआ है, जब तक हम इसको ग्लोबली नहीं लेके जाएंगे, जब तक हमारी दाल का प्रोपेगेंडा नहीं करेंगे, तब तक इसका यूटिलाइजेशन या यूटिलिटी बढ़ने वाला नहीं है। किसी ने म्यांमार का एग्जांपल दिया, देयर आर फार्मर्स व्हिच आर लोकेटेड अराउंड महाराष्ट्र विद इन इंडिया इन डिफरेंट स्टेट्स हु आर ग्रोइंग ऑर्गेनिक बना रहे हैं, लेकिन उसको सपोर्ट सिस्टम नहीं है। और सपोर्ट सिस्टम तब मिलेगी जब हम कुछ वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स हम उनको दिखाने का कोशिश करेंगे। एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी आर वर्किंग इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ सोयाबीन एट बेकर पर्किंस, यूटिलाइजिंग लेंटिल्स, pulses, millets for extrusion purpose. I think Dr. Rao was here who was talking about extruded products based out of millets. We have already utilized that. We have already, you know, sorry? Yeah. So, utilizing these products, utilizing the proteins from different sources, what we have made is, we have made two types of texturized vegetable proteins. One is high moisture texturized vegetable protein, and another is low moisture texturized vegetable protein. So, the engine remains same, it is extruder. आगे का जो सिस्टम है वो आपको चेंज करना है। अगर आप हाई मॉइस्चर टेक्सचराइज्ड वेजिटेबल प्रोटीन में गए, तो यू नीड टू गो फॉर अ फ्रीजिंग टेक्नोलॉजी where you need to store the product at -80. आप शीट फॉर्म में भी उसको बेचो, और किसी पैटिस फॉर्म में बनाया, किसी फॉर्म में बनाया, उसमें भी बेचो, but you need to keep it at -80. So export becomes restriction, and hence extruder के आगे अगर मैंने ड्रायर लगा दिया, तो then it becomes low moisture TVP. So the extruder remains same. You can utilize extruder in a multiple way. अब मान के चलिए कि टेक्सचराइज्ड वेजिटेबल प्रोटीन जिस तरह से संजय जी ने कहा कि 4 लाख करोड़ का बिजनेस होगा, सपोज वो हुआ नहीं, और हमको उसको यूटिलिटी करने का है एक्सट्रूडर का, तो हम what are the ways to utilize it? You can make direct expanded cheese balls, cheese rings, आप कोलेट्स बना सकते हो, आप केलॉग्स का जैसा एक्सट्रूडेड पेलेट्स बना सकते हो, and then you can do center filled products. So that is the utility of an extruder. In case this is not working, this is the thing which is going to work. And that's why we feel more confident about this technology, that we can give you support on the entire product range, which is either high moisture or low moisture. And the basic reason why we are investing so much of time into this is, there are 3 types of textures we are looking at. One is a mutton-like texture, second is a fish-like texture, and third is a chicken-like texture. All textures should be acceptable, and there is every ingredient, whether it is enzyme, whether it is vegetable oil, every ingredient will play a critical role, including the technology, in getting the desired product. So how the extruder looks like? Extruder look like this. This is the basic equipment. The basic ingredient feeding system can be done locally. Extruder is only the imported component, and then downstream equipment, we are working with local players. For freezing, we have somebody based in Pune. He has developed a spiral freezer locally in India, which is comparable to any European equipment. And we have dryer, which is multi-layer dryer, we have in-house development. So that's why we feel that the cost of technology can be kept under control. Diversification of the products from utilizing the same technology will make this product more viable. And clusters like us, where dal mill manufacturers are coming together, they should promote more value-added product, mung dal halwa, biscuits, cookies, whatever you want to promote from the utilizing dal as a raw. Thank you very much for it.
Very insightful points coming out. Extrusion technology that you said can be utilized both for low as well as high moisture. I think, and giving a wider range of products which the manufacturers can or the cluster people can actually manufacture. Very valid point. Let's see when the industry responds to it. Basically, the industry who needs to adopt it. But yes, valid points here coming out, and also on the point of cost of technology. So that's again, looking at the Indian mindset, the cost of technology will definitely be one of the major factors when people adopt to the cluster and start investing into it. Carrying on with the technology part, so I now invite Rahul Gupte from AAK India. Rahulji, will definitely request you to also carry on the discussion on technology and share your views on how technology can be a game changer here.
Thanks for having me here. A lot of exciting things happening in Maharashtra over the last 4-5 days. But I think this year, something good is happening. Something more exciting, more forward-looking happening here today. I'm very glad to be a part of it. Well, my name is Rahul Gupta and I head marketing for South Asia for AAK. A little about AAK. AAK is basically a Swedish company. We are listed in Malmö and we have a strong presence in India. Our vision is to be the first choice for plant-based oil solutions. And we basically cater to various industry segments: chocolate, confectionery, special nutrition, bakery, dairy, personal care, food service. And plant-based foods is something which is a very, very focus area and it's a bet for the future for us. Not just in India, globally. And why? Why is it? So oils and fats are like the building blocks for, imagine a burger patty or a kebab, plant-based one, without taste, without texture, without mouthfeel. Will it fly? Will people buy it? Will it be acceptable? No. This reminds me of an analogy. Just think of a movie without music, without story, and without a heroine. Will people see it? Will people go? So oils and fats are the essential building blocks. Don't just think about the heroine, but these are an essential building block needed for our health, for tasty food, for our bodies to also produce hormones. Vital for body to take up vitamins, part of all body cells, and it provides energy. So different types of fats have different characteristics. And so AAK basically is a purpose-driven organization. We make end products better tasting. We give a better sensory experience to the consumers.
Sustainability is very important, and I'll come to it. I think that's something which is very, very important for all the consumers across the world. Better health and nutrition and better production efficiency. How do we meet better customer needs? Let me come to the co-development approach. And what is different from us? So, how differently we operate? We have a co-development approach where we connect with the customer right at the beginning, where we understand better, we ideate, we create, we prove, we implement, and we help the customer to launch a product in the market. So we have innovation centers across the world. We have 15 innovation centers across the world. And these are some of the examples. And EcoPlanet is one brand of ours which is present across the world. Europe, US, a lot of customers are using this. So again, better key progress that we have made, better sourcing. I think a lot of people spoke about sustainability. So key sourcing is important. Better operations, minimizing our environmental impact. So I think environmental impact is something which is very, very important for most of the consumers. So today we are a global player with around more than 4,000 employees and over 500 employees in India. Coming specifically to plant-based foods. So our diets are changing. Vegan, vegetarian, flexitarian. Thursday ko khaunga, Gurwar ko khaunga, Shaniwar ko nahi khaunga. I mean, you have all kinds of people here, all kinds of consumers. So, and why are we seeing this change? Health, sustainability, lifestyle. Three major factors which are driving this change. Less saturated fats, non-saturated, balance of mental health is important. Natural, pursued health benefits. Lifestyle, balance, food for me, nutrition, individualization, customization, personal. Ask your kids, the teenage kids, and they'll talk about environment, they'll talk about lifestyle, they'll talk about all these things. Consciousness and sustainability, animal rights, traceability, ethical sourcing, planet, sustainability, climate change. All this is absolutely there in everyone's minds. And did you know the fat you choose in your plant-based products can actually create the juiciest burgers, tastiest cheese, creamiest frozen dessert? So if you have a burger, plant-based mayo, cheese, patty, everything can be plant-based. And we have this EcoPlanet and EcoVeg technologies. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rahul.
Rahul, is it possible to comment on the cluster?
Yeah, so I think very, very interesting concept, and as we spoke also, so we are just evaluating how we can contribute something. One of the key pain areas of this industry is getting quality protein. And people have to import with long lead times, very expensive product. So I think this cluster could solve that problem, is what I feel.
We can give you the basic raw material for making the things at Nagpur cluster, and that will be a world class.
Absolutely,
sure,
absolutely. That is something that is required for the industry, and this ecosystem or this environment can see exponential growth, and this is something which is stopping it from. So if we can facilitate that, get quality raw materials from here, I think all of us as a team can really, and whatever numbers Sanjay ji spoke about in the morning in terms of the exponential growth is all possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to know your innovation center, is it in India also?
Yes, we have an innovation center in Thane. We are working with a lot of food companies who want to get it, and a lot of startups also.
So I think that would be really good for people here to know that innovation center is there in India, and anyone wants to visit, they can connect to you and visit it.
Sure.
So one good thing coming out of it. And is it working on the plant-based protein also?
So innovation center, basically what we will do is we'll use the protein, we'll use our oil and fats and other ingredients and create a end product, create a burger. Ultimately, that is what matters, right? And whatever value addition that Sanjay ji spoke about, I mean, you need to create a value added product, right? for the
I think that
market.
will also give a partial solution to what Asha ji also asked, that which, when they need more varietal, varietal feedstock, new varieties needs to be tested. So we can actually join the dots. The industry says that we need more varieties to be tested on the texture, on the nutrition, on other aspect of it. And we have someone who has an innovation center which can actually look at, and not even him, even the industries can also look at that part. So we can join these dots, and ultimately for the cluster development, all these things put together can actually bring out good value. So I think that will be very useful for the cluster itself. Thanks. Well, a very good, interesting discussion going on. So now I'll request Snehal Toke from SV Agri to come on the stage and provide her views on the cluster part.
Very good afternoon to everyone. And just to quickly introduce myself, I'm Dr. Snehal Doke, a food technologist by qualification, and I head research and development of food products at Siddhivinayak Agri Processing Private Limited. First of all, I want to heartily congratulate Plant-Based Foods Industry Association and Sanjay Sethi sir for the phenomenal work they have been doing in this space. So, again, to quickly tell about SV Agri Pune. So we are a key player in potato supply chain, and also we provide complete technology solutions for food processing industries. So currently we have complete solutions for starch recovery units, for roasted snacks, extruded snacks, for breakfast cereals. So a lot of food ready to eat snacks currently. And as we know, plant-based foods is the future of the industry. So we, as a technology company, we are keenly looking to contribute in this space by trying to bring in efficient technology solutions for protein extractions from pulses, trying to bring in solutions for plant-based meats, mainly the extrusion technology again. And again, I would like to thank Sanjay Sethi sir for giving me this impromptu opportunity to speak and to introduce ourselves in this space. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are. I'm glad to share. We are proud member of Plant-Based Foods Industry Association, and I'm indeed grateful to the association for bringing in, taking such an initiative to identify the right place and the opportunity for industry and the dal millers, because I mean there can't be anything better than this, because they have identified the protein, we can call it a protein hub for Maharashtra, for the country, and this is the right place to start with. Grateful to you.
Thank you, Snehal. Thanks a lot. Now carrying on with our other discussion on the quality as well as technology part. So I invite Kajit from GA Group. Kajit, will definitely like to listen to your views on how this cluster is structured, what you see, where it can go, and how GA can contribute to it.
Can I get help from presentation part?
We are doing the extraction of the presentation, like we do the extraction of the proteins. Yeah, oil also.
So good afternoon all. Myself, Prajit Krishna. I am the India Sales Manager for GIA. I'm based out of Vadodara, and I'll be here talking about the vegetable protein part of what business that we are into. First of all, I would like to thank BIA, Sethi Saab, Manoharji, for giving me the opportunity and to give us the platform, the right platform for GIA to present our reviews on the vegetable protein lines that is MIHAN. Now, this particular thing which we have been discussing about plant protein, we used to always get inquiries about setting up plants for making the vegetable protein isolates and things like that. So we always used to ask questions, or we always like someone is interested to put up a plant. We talk about the capacity. Then we talk about what kind of facility is available. We talk about the kind of the policies that have been made available. We talk about the commercials, what kind of investments and things like that. So looking at this particular plant protein cluster over here from the Nagpur Dall Millers, the cluster that has been put forward here, I can see that all these aspects of new emerging field has been checked. We talk about the place we have the MIHAN SEZ. We talk about the MSME forum who are there to provide with the financial possibilities. We have the people associated with the Institute of Millets Research and the LIT who are into the research and development. So in all, we see that when we talk about this cluster, each and every aspect of this thing becoming a huge success is present already. And as rightly put in Sethi's presentation, I really like the term coined for us, that is the implementers. So that is where we probably would definitely want to be a part of, where we can bring about the implementation aspect of this, where we are able to provide you the concept, the technology, the right machinery, and the plant that can take from the raw material perspective to the finished product perspective. I usually come in picture before 3P. That is the texturized vegetable protein. So our core concept is to work from the raw material, that is the various kinds of the dal flour, and put the right technology and concept to bring out the protein isolates. Now, when we talk about GIA, the right concept, I'll just skip to the main part of it. When we are into this particular concept, we are plant-based proteins. We are into plant-based beverages, plant-based food that we talked about, the texturized protein and the end product, the right kind of the patties and the products, and also the plant-based intermediates. So at this particular present position, where GIA is headquartered in Germany, we have already been a part of this particular plant protein revolution, which has happened in the US, in Western civilization. And GIA holds the unique position of a complete line provider. And when I say the complete line provider, we right away talk right from the milling aspect of it, where you just simply provide me the dal and I can mill it to the right particle size distribution, get the flow, and then start the entire activity right from the extraction, precipitation, heat treatment, drying, and what you finally get out is the protein isolates. And we also talked about the concept wherein we put forward one particular unit which can process multiple raw materials. So we talk about soya, we talk about the yellow pea, green pea, we talk about chickpea, then there is the red lentils, mung beans. So most of these raw materials have already been processed, have already been worked upon at the GIA technology centers. And when we talk from the India's perspective, like when we are at Nagpur, when we talk about putting up this plant setup here, we talk about your raw material. We take the concept right from taking your raw material, making it, testing it in our laboratories, developing the process, developing the concept, and trying to put the right aspects of technology to actually get the right, or you can say the maximum output of protein from this. So we make it so viable that the entire protein that is present in your raw material can be extracted out and presented in a protein isolate form. Also, when we are doing like various kind of raw materials, we can see there are not only the proteins in this, but also there are other aspects like the fibers or the starch. So these are kind of the byproducts that we talk about. When we are doing a protein isolate, we also get the byproducts. And GIA holds the technologies to also process those byproducts, wherein you get a high purity of starch, which goes into all your edible, and also nutraceutical applications. And then there is the fiber part of it, which again, when processed in the right manner, can be utilized for various feedstock and animal nutrition aspects as well. So that way, the entire chain, whatever is getting from the raw material, we're able to process the entire thing, make utilization of each and every constituent that is present in the raw material, converting it into a value-added chain. GIA is a company in Germany which is right now focusing on achieving the zero carbon emission by 2040. That means our whole and soul focus is also on sustainable solutions and achieving the as much possible to reduce the carbon emissions in that case. So when this kind of a process is in place where we are putting up the isolate process line, we usually go by the isoelectric. That is the wet process we call it as. So here the point comes in that we really require a lot of water, fresh water consumption. And which also brings out the point that how do we make it more sustainable so that it does not become a process where I'm getting a very high value product, but at the same time I'm putting enormous amount of water, enormous amount of energy into it, but where I'm not getting any output, or you can say the cost of production is not coming viable. Which is why if you see this, that whatever the effluent or the way that is generated, I have taken out the protein from protein drying, I've taken out the fiber, I've taken out the starch through the starch drying. Now whatever comes afterwards, whatever the fresh water I have put into this system, I am taking it through an effluent, I am providing the multi-effect evaporators or MBR based evaporators, which condenses out the entire water and just gives out the waste material, which is probably just 2% or 3% of the content. And this through a membrane filtration route, we are able to again polish it and then make it reusable back into the plant. There are processes in now which we have developed over the period of time that we do not completely depend upon the fresh water consumption. There is a part of this washing cycles wherein the processed water is brought again back into your initial extraction process. That means there is a recycling of water. And whatever the effluent that is getting generated, whatever condensate we are taking out, whatever water we are taking out from that is a kind of a chemically potable water, you can say. Unfortunately, you'll not be able to take entire water into the process chain back, considering the organic content present and also considering the effect that it has on the taste and the smell of the final isolate powder. Because the more and more you recirculate it, the more and more there's a chance that you'll again start getting off flavors and off aroma. So in that case, whenever we treat this water, we are able to put it to use for, let's say, various applications like for cleaning, for other utilization of water within the plant, and also for your agricultural purpose. So that water does not go as a waste or simply just gets dumped into your PPP. That's how the sustainability we bring out into this particular system. This are the process lines which we have used for soy protein isolate. And there was a point which was we talked about that SPI. You were mentioning about that how it has been, ballooned to a very big extent. But I can tell you that those days are gone where people are totally dependent on soy. Now the thing is protein, or you can say the feed or pulses are the new requirement in the market, and everyone who are going into this are always looking from aspects where you can use multiple type of pulses, but it has to be pulses, not soy, considering the kind of allergens which are present in it. Of course, Dr. Rao also talked about methionine and the other ingredients that needs to be present which are not available in pulses, but we have possibilities of blending them. When we have the isolates, we can blend them to make it a complete wholesome, protein containing isolates which can be utilized for further processing. The technology further helps wherein we are able to do heat treatment so that your product is free from microbial content. That means we're increasing the shelf life. When we do heat treatment, we also help together working with the manufacturers how to develop the texture, how to develop fat binding capabilities, the stability, the viscosities, and all these products which are called as functional properties of the isolate. So that also gets developed. We sit together with the manufacturers. We have our own setup of the R&D within our core, which is presented in Europe. So which also together with the customer's perspective can also take into account what exact conditions are required in your protein isolate. So based on your raw material, your market, your requirement, you can develop the concept and we can give you the right kind of quality of product. We can do the trials, we can take out pilot setups, and we can give you the product also which you can further take it into the market and gain the traction out of the market that this creates demand. I belong to the Vadodara unit, which is based in Gujarat, and we are present in India since quite so many number of years, catering to a lot of such customers. You can see when Operation Flood came in picture for Amul, we happened to be the front runner who were supporting Amul in their development, in their growth, going ahead, giving them the biggest plants which have been put up throughout in Gujarat, also with Karnataka. And we have done the biggest of plants in Asia. We have done the smallest of units for R&D for even pharma companies. So for us, size does not matter. For us, the pilot scale or the biggest size, every working is the same amount of effort, the same amount of conceptual working, R&D, and every product development activities go into that kind of thing. And this Indian setup here is capable of handling the complete projects on turnkey. I mean, I'll be working in the same lines as Mr. Mohan works, that we provide the complete process technology, concept engineering, execution, and overall the commissioning of the plant, where we give you a functional unit which gives you the raw material to the end product, the right required ratios and the concentration that is needed. You also developed now going further with. There has been a concept of isoelectric. When you do isoelectric, you're putting some chemical addition. So we have developed the membrane filtration, which is even more making it approachable in the market as a product which is free from chemicals, and it is a more better product in the market. So that's all from my side. And for in case of any of your queries, please feel free to be in touch.
Right. Expansion is also there, right?
I think we also need to understand your view on this cluster.
Yeah, I started with that, mentioning that when we usually discuss with a customer, they're all coming in piecemeals. I am a small unit who is developing a particular product. I'm developing a recipe. I'm a guy who has the raw material and I want to develop isolates. So here we see that there's all the roadblocks that we can actually anticipate, which makes us feel that, okay, this is a concept, it's a good concept, but whether it will see the entire light, whether it will go the distance, that particular hiccups which we feel in terms of investment, in terms of the space allocation, in terms of water treatment, in terms of raw material availability, and also in terms of R&D, product development, and marketability. I think all those boxes have been checked. The moment Mr. Sethi told us about the Nagpur Mill Cluster, wherein you are bringing everything on one position in place, where you just need to put our setup and it becomes everything like a single concept for all over India, which can also cater to the world.
That's great.
And that is really a good place where you would definitely be wanting to be a part of. As I said, we were the forefront runners for Amul when the Operation Flood began. We want to be the front runners for the Nagpur Dall Millers Association and the Protein Revolution. Again, in the same fashion, to see your growth and our growth at the same time.
It's about projects for very good and integrated operations, which will actually look at all the operations in one go. That can be done. Very, very useful for young clusters like this, where we can have initially to start off with say a R&D facility or a small setup, which can actually demonstrate and actually give it in one single process. It can actually, right from extraction to the isolates, it can actually work it out. This brings me to another very important question. Is that I'll ask my APEDA colleagues here, can that be considered as a common infrastructure for this cluster? So I'll invite Ms. Khan from APEDA. She can just come up on the stage and let us know about how APEDA looks at it from a cluster perspective.
Let me reply to you.
Sure.
So when we're doing the cluster development, these kind of things would be something very important, which all the stakeholders need to think about how cluster can be developed. Please.
APEDA has a one scheme.
Chalu, sir. It's audible.
Hello. APEDA has a one scheme called Common Infrastructure Scheme. Under the scheme, APEDA has spent financial strength of over 6 crore. And 6 crore is around 90% of the total cost. The beneficiary of the scheme will be all the state government organizations. We can give financial strength to them. So apart from this, there are some schemes also from Ministry of Food Processing also, MSME also. So we can club all the 3-4 schemes together. So we can make a big cluster for that. We have a sizable production of pulses, and the pulses production in the past has been increased in the country in a good way. And we have a production of the millets also in the rampant area particularly. So we have a availability of good raw material round the clock. So we can develop more and more cluster across the country. Minimum 10-15 cluster we have to develop, and we have to register our presence globally for the big players international. So we have to come, all the stakeholders have to come at one platform, and let me marshal our resources, and we start our vision for a presence India as a global leader of vegan product in the world.
Thanks a lot. I think this is very encouraging that it can actually qualify under the common infrastructure. And that's the whole idea, that when the cluster starts developing, they develop a common infrastructure which can be utilized by the entire Dall Mill Association or the entire fraternity of Dall Mill. And then the output can be used by any of the commercial companies who wants to make say a product out of it. I think that would be a very good way of looking at it. Now let's proceed on. So I'll now invite the friend here, Jinesh from Ahimsa Venture Capital. So we'll definitely request your view on how do you see this cluster from your point of view, and where do you see the investment opportunities from Ahimsa's lens? Anyway.
Thank you. My name is Jinesh Shah. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at Ahimsa VC. We are India's first ever venture capital fund focused specifically on taking animals out of the consumption equation. So if animals are used to produce food or like meat, seafood, dairy, poultry, or if they're used to produce materials like leather, wool, or even for animal testing, Ahimsa VC, like the name suggests, we are carrying on India's philosophical legacy of Ahimsa, but taking it into the future through way of investing in startups that are helping bring more and more better alternatives, to the segments that I mentioned out of the market. Our focus is specifically on Indian startups and Indian innovation. We strongly believe that there is, like many of the folks in the panel and you all spoke about today, there's a ton of innovation happening in India in this space, but we realized that there was a huge gap where there was not a single venture capital fund in India that was focusing on this sector, be it plant-based, be it cultivated, be it fermentation, or any of these other sort of related areas across the whole ecosystem. There was no one venture capital fund, and a lot of entrepreneurs were getting starved for funding. So we decided to take it upon us and be the first ones. Of course, our startups are focused on not just serving the Indian demand, but also the global demand. So we very, very, strongly believe that India is going to be a strong part, or is already, and will be a very, very strong central part of this alternative protein ecosystem. On a personal level, I've been involved in this space for the last about 7 to 8 years. Before this, I was spending time on Wall Street and Silicon Valley. For me, the reason I left that all behind and decided to focus on a VC fund and work with startups is because I strongly always believed with my startups in the past in the US, worked with some of the companies that we mentioned here. We were the first ones to distribute them across the US, be it Oatly, be it Just, be it Beyond Meat, be it Impossible Burger. I always saw India as being one of the powerhouses in the space because of our agricultural aspect, the supply chain, raw materials, what we're talking about today. So first of all, really thankful to Sanjay Sethi, PBFIA, the Dall Millers Association and VIA for giving us this opportunity to connect with you all. And another personal note to add here is my father has been coming to Nagpur for the last 40 years to work on the automotive industry. And so I'm only proud to sort of carry the legacy in a different way and work with Nagpur in sort of a different way here. So hopefully we can have some great synergies going forward. There's a couple of things I wanted to talk about. One, I want to first point out some of the history behind plant-based meats specifically, when we're talking about plant-based proteins and dals and pulses. The reason why soy is so huge in this industry is because at least 100, 200 years ago, or maybe even more, in China, because Buddhism came in, plant-based meats are developed because Buddhism started talking about Ahimsa as well, kind of influenced by Jainism in some ways from here, from India. And the kings there wanted to eat meaty products. They were used to eating meat and seafood and poultry products. So the kings were in a bit of a dilemma because their spiritual gurus were telling them don't eat animal products. And here the kings were like still wanting to indulge in taste. So where do they make the products from? And that's where the monks, their saints and monks from Buddhism back in the day came up with, soy was abundantly available in Far East and China and Taiwan. So they took that and some wheat and started creating, products over time that were mimics of plant-based meat. So even before this modern industry, the names that you hear of Beyond Meat or Good Dawn today in India, well before all of that came, since the last about 30, 40 years, across in the Far East and in the US, you could see plant-based meats imported from China and Taiwan that mimic, the meat textures. Now, they are not as good as the ones today, but this industry has existed for some time. And the reason why soya is a big player and perhaps not dals and pulses is because it historically started that way. But I think India has very much the opportunity. This cluster very much has the opportunity to change that narrative in a big way. And a lot of the ingredient companies we talked about here, the joint development companies, even startups like Altian, ProEon, David Solutions, they're all exploring different types of Indian pulses, grains, to now see how we can, for the first time, become leaders in this space, right? So I think it's very, very important. It's great, great that you're all here, in terms of formation of this protein cluster. And there is one note that I was hoping to end with, perhaps I should say it here. I think there is one saying which says, "Ghar ki murgi dal barabar," which is a very different context. वो किसी और चीज के बारे में बात है. But I think हमारे केस के अंदर ये नागपुर की दाल को हम मुर्गी बराबर बना सकते हैं. We can twist the narrative around it, right? We are very realistic, right? We can take these pulses and actually make meat mimicking products. So ये बहुत ही real probability है. और ये स्पेस की मैं थोड़ी अगर बात करूं कि इसमें क्या ट्रेंड्स चल रहे हैं. इंडिया के पहले ग्लोबल लेवल पे अभी रिसेंटली एक स्टार्टअप है जो प्लांट बेस्ड नहीं बट सेल बेस्ड मीट के मिमिक्स बनाते हैं. उनका नाम है अपसाइड फूड्स. उन्होंने अभी जस्ट अर्लियर 2-3 months ago उन्होंने $400 million एक राउंड में उन्होंने रेस किए. और उनके सीईओ हैं केरला से, जो एक हार्ट सर्जन है, उमा बलेती. तो we were just talking, Mohan and I were just talking as well कि India is at the core of a lot of this innovation. जो बहुत सारी बड़ी कंपनीज हैं US और UK, यूरोप में, वहाँ के टॉप CEOs, फाउंडर्स, एग्जीक्यूटिव्स, रिसर्च हेड्स, काफी सारे इंडियंस हैं. तो इंडिया जिस तरीके से, जैसा आप बोल रहे थे, IT वर्ल्ड में हमने कैसे इनोवेशन लाया, पहले हम आउटसोर्सिंग में थे, फिर हम अब खुद अपना इनोवेशन डेवलप कर रहे हैं. इसी तरीके से इस इंडस्ट्री में यही हमें देखने मिल रहा है कि आज की तारीख में AAK हो कि DuPont हो, ADM हो, Rocket हो, कि co-manufacturing setups हो, ingredient suppliers, innovation labs, ये सब अगर आप सिर्फ 5 बरस पहले देखेंगे तो ये कुछ भी नहीं था इस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर. तो अब ये सारा इकोसिस्टम एक साथ फॉर्म हो रहा है, कंज्यूमर्स इसके बारे में ज्यादा जान रहे हैं, इन प्रोडक्ट्स को मांग रहे हैं। मैंने आज सुबह नागपुर में आके ब्रेकफास्ट किया जहाँ पे मैंने ओट मिल्क की कैपुचिनो पी और सोय का कीमा ब्रेड के साथ खाया मैंने आज सुबह। तो मतलब ये अब धीरे धीरे सब जगह पे दिखते जा रहा है। मैं बॉम्बे के अंदर रात को 2 बजे वीगन चीज और वीगन मीट वाला पिज्जा ऑर्डर कर सकता हूँ। तो ये इंडिया में जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे काफी आगे ऑलरेडी बढ़ चुका है। इसमें और इन्वेस्टमेंट्स डालने की जरूरत है। चैलेंजेस काफी सारी हैं बट अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत मैसिव है। और दूसरी एक बात यह है कि मीट, डेयरी, सी फूड, पोल्ट्री, इन चीजों का कंजम्पशन बढ़ते जा रहा है दुनिया में, लेकिन 2050 तक 10 बिलियन लोग हो जाएंगे इस प्लेनेट पे। उनको सबको सस्टेनेबली सही से ये एनिमल प्रोडक्ट्स खिला पाना, ऑलरेडी हमारी फूड सिस्टम बहुत ही खराब है, तो ये पॉसिबल नहीं हो सकता। तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री जो ये आज हम बात कर रहे हैं, जो करने जा रहे हैं, ये ऐसी बात है, अगर हम नहीं करेंगे तो कोई और करेगा। तो ये हमारे ऊपर है कि हम इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को कैप्चर करें। और साथ ही साथ इंडिया और चाइना फॉर एग्जांपल, यहाँ पे हमारा मिडिल क्लास और अपर मिडिल क्लास काफी बढ़ते जा रहा है लास्ट 2 डेकेड से। और जैसे ही ये इसमें ज्यादा लोग बढ़ते हैं तो उनकी एनिमल प्रोटीन, मतलब जैसे चिकन या एग्स, इन चीजों की डिमांड बढ़ती जाती है। तो इंडिया और चाइना विल बी द लार्जेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूटर्स टू द डिमांड ऑफ दिस ग्रोथ। तो भले ही फॉर द नेक्स्ट परहैप्स 5-7 years 10 years तक हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट्स बनेंगे वो शायद एक्सपोर्ट में ज्यादा जाएंगे। यूएस, मिडिल ईस्ट, फार ईस्ट, काफी सारी जगहें हैं। बट आई थिंक इवेंचुअली हमारा डोमेस्टिक कंजम्पशन इतना बढ़ जाएगा, करीब 10 साल के आसपास, शायद ऊपर नीचे, कि हम बाहर देखने की भी हमें शायद जरूरत ना पड़े। राइट, सो हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे सामने आई थिंक इंडिया के लिए बहुत बहुत बड़ी है। एंड आई एम ग्लैड कि इंडस्ट्री ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस अक्रॉस द वैल्यू चेन, right from farmers, dal millers, all the way up to end companies like the Blue Tribe Foods, जो ये plant based meats बनाते हैं, और infrastructure companies, ये सारी आ रहे हैं। हम अहिंसा वीसी में इन सारी कंपनीज जो अर्ली स्टेज स्टार्टअप्स हैं, जिनको काफी टाइम फंडिंग नहीं मिलती है, बहुत बढ़िया काम करते हैं, हम उनको फंड करते हैं। हम पहला चेक यूजुअली उनके बहुत ही अर्ली स्टेज पे अराउंड रफली 1 से 1.25 करोड़ रुपए का हम चेक डालते हैं कंपनीज में। और अगर ये कंपनीज आगे बढ़ती हैं तो हम फॉलो ऑन फंडिंग, और एक अगले राउंड में हम 3-4 करोड़ का भी कर सकते हैं, या तो कोई कंपनी जो ऑलरेडी आगे बढ़ चुकी है उसमें हम 3-4 करोड़ की फंडिंग भी डाल सकते हैं। तो ऑलरेडी हमने इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू कर दिया। हमारी जो कंपनीज हैं ऑलरेडी ऑफ टू ग्रेट स्टार्ट इंटरनेशनली, उनको फंडिंग, एक्विजिशन, मतलब सारी बहुत बढ़िया ऑफर्स आ चुके हैं अभी ऑलरेडी। तो बस हम भी यही चाहते हैं कि हम इस इंडस्ट्री में अपना पार्ट दें, और सिर्फ पैसे ही नहीं, हम अपने फाउंडर्स के साथ बहुत हैंड्स ऑन काम करते हैं, तो हम सारी इकोसिस्टम से बहुत डीपली जुड़े रहते हैं। तो रिक्वेस्ट है कि बस आपके साथ सब लोगों के साथ काम करने का और अच्छी कंपनियों को आगे बढ़ाने का।
जी, आपका धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया कि आपने स्टार्टअप्स के लिए जो फंडिंग की जो बहुत बड़ी इशू होती है, प्रॉब्लम होती है, उस पर आपने काफी इंसाइट्स दिए हैं और अच्छा कुछ बताया है। एपेडा की एक स्कीम है कि जो भी हमारे नए प्रोडक्ट्स होते हैं, नई कंट्री में जाते हैं, तो उसके लिए हम लोग फर्स्ट्रेट करते हैं, 10 लाख रुपए तक के हम लोग पैसा उसको देते हैं। तो लोगों से कहें उसके अंदर आए। और दूसरा कि कोई भी प्रोडक्ट आप किसी कंट्री में पहली बार एक्सपोर्ट करने जा रहे हैं तो एपेडा को ऑन बोर्ड ले लीजिए। उससे क्या है कि हम लोग आपका जो भी प्रोडक्ट्स होगा जो इम्पोर्टिंग कंट्री के अंदर जाएगा, तो इंडियन एम्बेसी के थ्रू उसको वहाँ पे मार्केटिंग करने में, उसको ब्रांडिंग करने में जो इंडियन एम्बेसी है वो आपकी काफी मदद करेगी। तो अब कुछ इस तरह के जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं आप उसका लिस्ट बना लीजिए जो नए नए कंट्रीज में पहली बार हम फर्स्ट लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं, ताकि जो ब्रांड बिल्डिंग में करने में उनको काफी आसान हो सके, और उसका एक ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड करके आगे जाके हम एक अपनी पॉलिसी या प्लानिंग बना सकें कि किस कंट्री को और कौन से प्रोडक्ट्स को लेके कहाँ कहाँ पे हमको फोकस करना है। तो जब फोकस वे में चलेंगे तो हम पेनिट्रेशन जो है हमारा एक्सपोर्ट का इम्पोर्टिंग कंट्री का बहुत अच्छा, फास्ट और अच्छा होगा। तो आप सब लोगों से सहयोग है जो अभी ये वेगान या प्लांट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स बना रहे हैं, तो कोई भी प्रोडक्ट्स आप किसी दूसरी कंट्री में पहली बार भेज रहे हैं तो एपेडा को संपर्क करें, ऑन बोर्ड लें, तो उसकी ब्रांडिंग के लिए हम वहाँ पर मदद करेंगे, और आगे मार्केटिंग के लिए भी और मार्केटिंग एक्सपेंशन के लिए भी उस प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए इंडियन एम्बेसी के अब्रॉड में जो है APEDA जो है आपको फैसिलिटेट करें। थैंक यू।
वैसे भी करने ही वाले थे, पर आपने अब लाइसेंस दे दिया तो
नहीं,
ज्यादा प्रेशर
आप लोग सामने आओ, ठीक है। तो हमारे पास तो बहुत कुछ है और बेसिकली है कि संजय जी का मैं संजय जी का धन्यवाद करूंगा कि मैं नहीं समझता था कि इतनी अच्छी इंटरेक्शन हो पाएगी और जो वैरायटी के जो स्टेक होल्डर्स मिलने को मिलेंगे तो वही सबसे बड़ी बात है, क्योंकि यू हैव टू सी इन 360 डायमेंशन, तो चारों तरफ से देखना है। जब चारों तरफ से देखेंगे तभी एक पॉलिसी या प्लानिंग हमारी अच्छी बन पाएगी। और ये बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि शायद लोग थोड़े हैं लेकिन क्वालिटी अच्छी है।
Thank you, Dinesh, for your inputs on how you look at the cluster. I guess there is a lot of scope in the cluster for funding as well as for support. So just one speaker is left. After that, we can have the questions, please. So we have Rajiv Ayadi. He has been waiting and he is our final speaker.
And also sponsor.
And a sponsor, yes. Rajiv is from Petrus, Germany. Rajiv, we have the honor for understanding your views on the cluster.
Very good afternoon to all of you all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank Mr. Manoj Bhojwani ji to invite me and give us the privilege of being a spoke in this wheel of future growth and success for plant protein. It was ironical that just last week we were here in Nagpur because we wanted to explore the pulses, the state of the pulses industry, because Petrus is a company from Germany. And we've been in this field, I mean, the company's been there for almost 170 years now. And we've been doing plants in the pulses sector for quite some time. We've done projects for pea starch in Europe and worked with companies like GEA, Westcon, Rocket, and many other companies. And just recently, we are working on a very big project with a company called Australian Plant Protein. And ironically, they've been awarded a grant of 200 million Australian dollars just for plant protein. So when we got to know about this, we thought, why not come to India, which has been like a big center of pulses, and try to find out what needs to be done. Where can we fit in this complete ecosystem? And that's when we met Mr. Manoj Bhojwani last week, and he said that we are going to have this plant protein cluster meeting here, and why don't you come over here and present some of your views? There have been a lot of eminent speakers here. They've touched upon all the aspects of protein. So maybe what I say might sound repetitive, but please do bear with me. I know everyone wants to get free after the question session. So what happened was, I just landed at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I had a presentation on what we do in Petrus. But for me, it was like, why? Why do you need plant protein? Because how is broadly existing? Soybean protein has been extracted, pea protein has been extracted, but pulses protein on a large scale has not been explored, and you don't have really the numbers. So internally, as you say, when a young person or an entrepreneur wants to do a business, it's like, what is your gut feeling about it? So it's basically the gut that in your body, it's the gut which actually gives you the strength and the motivation to do something. If your gut is not strong, you're not healthy, your mind is not healthy, you're not able to take physical action. So for me, it was like all about a strong gut. A strong and healthy gut helps the functioning of the body and the organs more smoothly and a perfect state. Most diseases these days are related to a very weak gut, and we've experienced that in our family as well. And thereby, what happens is, if you are able to use plant-based proteins, which helps you the intake of fiber, reducing the risk of vascular diseases, and also helps weight management to a great extent, which is this in thing because people are now not believing in what they've been having for ages, but they believe just in nutritionists and dietitians and follow a diet which actually harms them. So plant-based proteins provides a lot of nutrients, dietary fibers, antioxidants, and helps the overall health improvement. Plant-based proteins does not contain unhealthy compounds like which meat-based protein contains, like saturated fats or which increases the cholesterol levels. Pulses protein is being preferred over pea protein because of the color and the aftertaste that is there with pea protein and soya. So overall digestive health is balanced by plant-based proteins. So what kind of proteins do you get from legumes and pulses? I mean, this is something just I tried to learn today morning from the net. So it's not proprietary information or anything. So please pardon me, companies like AAK and all, you all have been in the research and development. So it's just something which I wanted to understand and just present. So pulse protein is majorly classified into globulins and albumins. And so you have globulins make about 35 to 72%, and the rest is albumins. Even though pulses contain carbohydrates, the breakdown of the carbohydrates into glucose in the blood is very slow because of the high fiber and protein content. And protein isolates and concentrates are the latest addition in the value chain for pulses or pulse processors, and definitely helps the nutritional quality of food products. So last week when we were discussing, we found out that pulses and the byproducts have been traded as commodities for a long time with a very low rate of return, or the value chain is really limited. So what is the next step? Where can they add value? And that is where the concept of the farm to plate thing came, where we can take the raw material which is available here in Nagpur and try to convert it into an extract, isolate, or some additive which can be added to ready-to-eat foods, and it comes on your plate and increases your health and makes you feel good when you have it. I don't need to expand on this. Aqueous fractionation, AAK and other companies, they are already there to it, is one of the most common methods for protein extraction from flake to milk pulses. Functional properties of pulses proteins is used in the food additive industry, includes solubility, water and fat binding. It's in the bakery industry that they use a lot. I'll just run through this. I'm not going to speak on that. I'll just run through the rest of the presentation. Petcus is a very, very old company, 172 years old, 170 years old. I'm based in Frankfurt and take care of seed accounts from Asia Pacific, Asia Pacific up to Middle East and North Africa. But recently what we've done is, as I show you the business areas, we are trying to expand into the grain and food sector, and that is where the complete pulse processing and the protein extraction is coming into. And so for all the new emerging markets in this area, I'm trying to find out where we can fit in and be a part of the complete process. We've got a lot of offices all over the world. And so we have access to a lot of companies who are already into this kind of processes. So there can be a synergy between people over here who are processing pulses and who want proteins or extraction from a country where it can be produced at a very, very economical rate. I'll just run through these slides very fast. At Petcus, we are basically pioneering into cleaning, grading, and sorting of pulses. Now, what happens is, as they say, एक इमारत की ताकत जो है उसकी नींव में होती है. And so raw material is something which is actually neglected in India in most of the processes. So whenever I go to any seed or grain company over here, it is very sad to see the way the grain or the seed is treated on the shop floor, and there's a lot of wastage. It could be 0.01%, but the kind of tonnage that you put through the whole plant over a period of year, it's a lot of money that's lost. So we try to make processes which are very efficient. Fortunately, the pandemic for us gave us the idea of trying and making an automated plant. In a way, yes, it reduces labor. And labor is always moving from the agricultural sector to more highly infrastructural segments. So we have developed a complete cleaning line from cleaning up to sorting, which is automatic, where you really do not have to adjust the machine all the time. Everything is data driven, and so we've got cleaners, we've got color sorters, the latest color sorters which uses high intensity light along with cameras. We've got dryers, length graders, gravity separators, completely automatic. I mean, you don't really have to adjust the machines at all. It's just like a recipe. I wanted to remove this machine out here, but then what happens is on this chemical quota, we put chemical on seed to increase its viability in the field. Now, I saw a resemblance in the pulses industry here because we have very efficient dosing systems which are tied up to this chemical filter because you cannot add chemicals beyond a certain limit because it leads to soil erosion. So it's very, very precise. And when we saw the dal mills over here, we saw that there's a dosing system for the pulses for the oil and water, but it's not really working over a period of time. And in the screw, there's a lot of seed which is left. So it is very similar. We have these screws over here, which is not a complete screw conveyor, but then the tolerances are so low that we can really take your dal. There's no dal left inside in your system. You have IDM methods for dosing the water or the oil precisely as a recipe. So if you choose a certain pulse move and a certain variety move from a certain place, it will just choose the amount of water, the amount of oil that needs to be fed over there. So in the end, the person who's investing in the plant is assured that the process is going to be right and he does not have to depend on people who might have hundreds of excuses for the plant not running or the production not coming. We've got a lot of dryers. Fluidized bed dryers and belt dryers because this can be used for the extruded products also in the whole chain. And last but not the least, efficient conveying systems and dust collection systems storage. Because what happens is there's always a talk about having one plant trying to cater to all pulses. But the changeover time between one pulse to the other is so high, you need systems which are able to flush out the first commodity and then take the second commodity in. Because if you want the plant to be running as much as possible in a year, you need to really reduce your downtime and your changeover time. So with this type of cleaning systems and grading systems, which are coupled with, we are also working with a consultant for efficient dehulling, splitting and grinding, because that gives you the quality of splits which you want for your extractant process. And then with partners like AAK and other eminent companies, we would like to form a complete solution to the industry where, and it can start here in India, and it makes us feel proud that it starts from where we are born, that we can give a solution to the whole world. And so that's why for me, it's really a privilege to be a part of this group. As we said, we came to this city just to find out about what is happening in the industry, and we saw that the first plant protein cluster is coming up. And so it was really great to talk to all of you and to get a lot of insights from everyone about what is really happening and how we can really fit in. Thanks a lot.
As for elaborating on the kind of equipment you have, probably they will be very useful for the cluster. We still have one more person, Tarak from our team. I think I'm sorry I missed out. I said the last speaker. So pardon me for that. Tarak is also, I think, is also a PBFIA member. Tarak will request you to take a few minutes on the dice to give us your viewpoint.
Thank you, Sanjay, for this opportunity. And exciting to see so much innovation in Nagpur after being 6 years of vegan myself. And thanks, Mr. Bojwani, for that. So I'm Tarak, I'm the CEO of Altine, and we extract functional proteins, fibers, and starch from various pulses, especially from high-grade mung beans, which is, a green gram consideration. So, and we want to set up Asia's biggest manufacturing facility. And for this vision, we request all dal millers, to associate with us with their special grade, beans and lentils which they have available. So that we can examine them, extract the best and best kind of protein ingredient, so that the likes of Haldiram and many other big plant-based food companies can develop great products from it. And happy to associate with the plant protein cluster. and GFI who are taking active initiatives in making this vegan wave, more higher and faster, and we will see more innovation as we move along. Thank you.
We're looking forward for the cluster to be functional and to support you in the.
It's also a Nagpur local. Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's really good. So then you owe morally also to the cluster. So, Sanjay ji, with your permission, I think we can close up the session. One question, yeah. So there was one question which was there.
Our Professor Pratima Shastri is there. She has made a very valuable suggestion. I will appreciate she speaks.
Yeah.
She is the head of the department of subject.
Okay.
Sanjay, this is the
Thank you, everybody. Hello. Yes, thank you, everybody. It's really a great moment that the first land protein cluster is coming up in Nagpur, and I congratulate Mr. Bojwani and the group for that. They have been working with Dall Millers clusters and all. It's very good that we are talking about very high level technologies for it, export market and direct market and all. I just have one suggestion. We should not forget I'm taking back to the traditional foods and traditional products, which were also like dal-based products, like sattu is there, or mugwadi or udati badi and all these. So these traditional products are actually becoming extinct because nobody is making them in, people do make it in villages, but in cities like homemakers like me, I have tested it, I like to test it, but I'm not getting it. So yes, there is definitely a big market, export market and all that, but it's also a big home market for this. And if we try to make this with simple technology, with standards and with intermediate technology, I should say, that will lead to value addition to the agricultural product. It will also lead to good nutrition, because the nutritional advantage of that are repeatedly being talked about, because they are very healthy foods, healthy proteins with low pollution index, low cost of production and all that. So everybody is understanding that. It will also lead in a way to women empowerment, because all these are skill-based products and women have been making it for a long time. So promoting small scale, that is micro and semi-micro industries, for that with proper knowledge of quality assurance, with proper knowledge of safety, food safety, which is not there. Right now, who is making, I know somebody comes to my home, sells me mugwadi, and within a month it is raided with fungus. I don't want that. I want that it should be assured. So this is also a market which we should think about. I will not intrude upon much of the time because I am uninvited here. So this is just few things which I wanted to say, that we must also include this aspect, that along with high technology, we should also talk about the low level technology, traditional technology, like making a frozen Chandrapuri vada, which I can just bring back and I can fry and I can eat. Just one example. There are many more.
In fact, you have actually given an idea for a new startup here.
Let me tell you, I've been working with an NGO and we are promoting this kind of things, and like using simple technology for promoting traditional foods without this. So that is why I just wanted to put this point. Thank you for giving me. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. I did not notice you were sitting there. Otherwise, I would have.
Yeah, I came late.
Ma'am, thank you very much for asking this question. I believe you came late, right? So my name is Sanjay Sethi. I am the Executive Director of Plant-Based Foods Industry Association. First of all, I would like to correct you, ma'am. You are not uninvited guests. You are the only person.
Yesterday night,
The
11:30.
only person to whom I and Manoj Bhojwani came personally to LIT campus to invite you personally for this event. And we have not gone, both of us have not gone together personally to anybody. So please understand that. And thanks to you, we saw the campus of LIT. And second, to answer your question, ma'am, I would like to bring your attention to a very ambitious project called Annapurna project, which was started, I would say it is still in the planning stage by Sakal Group. And Sakal Group has come out with this project with the concept of 2H, that it has to be hygienic and it has to be healthy. So I was personally interacting with Shri Abhijit Pawar and Shri Bobby Nimbalkar, who were part of this project. And I'm personally aware of it. Adinat ji, of course, knows this. So in this project, ma'am, what they spoke about, that the women, the food they are making at home, it is slightly different than leisure papad, because in leisure papad they sometimes come out of their home and make it in a slightly organized way. But the foods which they are making at home, they are so delicious. For example, bhopla dharge or keli dharge, they are so delicious. And some of those products are restricted to some of the local areas. And those products have to be brought to the world, just like we saw chakli going, and some other products have already gone there. Thalipit has gone there. So now Thalipit, people are consuming it very happily in Delhi and other, even overseas. So one concept what we thought in that was democratization of the technology. The question which was also posed to both to 3P Group as well as to Prajit, that how we bring the technology so small, so miniature, that it can actually go to the home. And second aspect which was thought, that how do we make it hygienic? Because sometimes in the rural areas, they have either the animal staying or their animal feed is also lying in that area. So it brings a lot of unwanted smell to the food. So it has to be in a HACCP kind of standard, so that in Athavales is a company which is in Pune, which has actually done that. And this was something which was so ambitious a project, I think involving more than about 80,000 women from Maharashtra only. So this project could not be implemented because of the funding support. But if an institution like yours comes forward and helps to democratize the technology, probably this can see the light of the day. So you should get in touch with Adinat ji after this. So I know there are a couple of other questions. Is there any other question left? So no.
So one small question.
Yes.
I wanted to know, what about this shelf life, average shelf life of a plant based protein?
I think this question was very well answered by Shri Manish ji. Can you please once again tell about the HMMA and the TAP which is right?
The industrial grade product which we are talking, or B2B product which we are talking, it is manufactured in two platforms. One is high moisture texturized vegetable protein and low moisture texture. So high moisture is containing, considerable amount of moisture which need to be preserved using freezing. So you can expect a shelf life anywhere between 6 and 9 months, depending upon the formulation, depending upon the combinations of ingredient which you have used. Whereas in case of low moisture texturized vegetable products, it can be anywhere between 12 to 18 months. Again, what kind of proteins you have utilized, what is the level of drying, what is the moisture content of the final product, that will define. And that's why I said extruder becomes the center part, and then you can divert it into two sections. Either it can be freezing or it can be dry.
Basically, it is from 6 months to 18 months.
Yeah. Depending upon also like to add to that.
No, I think it's the technology exists, right? It is not something that we should be worried about. There are plenty of technologies, engineering side, additive side, lot of things.
Okay, thank you.
So one more question. You can come forward. Can you stand up and ask please?
Myself Bharat here. Good afternoon everyone here.
You are from?
Nagpur itself. We are trading in pulses.
Trade.
I would like to add something here, especially to what Rahul picked up. We can have some value addition to the byproduct which is left over after hulling of pulses, which is also a very big industry. And what we recover from that is just 20%. It can be used like it is basically fiber. That is blending of fiber and powder, which is again containing some protein. If we make up or bring up something, if there is some technology comes up through which we can make up. For example, there are some people who are making paper plates from this fiber. So if we take this thing also into this chapter, it will be of lot of help.
Thank you.
Can I just add?
Yes.
What we have as a byproduct. That is where we really have the interest that it would be converted into the the texturized product like what we have of soy or other. Because what we see in soy is that it's the deep fatted soy flow, which actually is the byproduct of the solvent extraction plants and the refineries. हमारा खुद का ये byproduct ही है, लेकिन उसको हम लोग अगर लाते हैं, rather than I'm not saying the head tall to be processed further, I'm saying we are saying that the byproduct, if that could be done, that is the real space for us, and that is where then the cluster will be able to make the most. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think what they're saying is good, but I these protein byproducts. So I think that can also be used for veterinary or say animal food.
That is also we have to add the value in that.
Yes.
Already
So I think branded animal product companies are also there. Who will also be interested to look at this. I think one of the persons here is from fish feed industry. One lady was there. So she's actually into the fish feed. So fish feed would also require a lot of protein-based inputs. So I think those.
I think the cattle feed is not going to serve the things because the husk which is coming out, that is fiber. That is fiber, and the application of that starch fiber, it is very because when we extract the protein, the starch and fiber will come.
Manojji, can you come and speak from here, and also please deliver the vote of thanks.
Yes,
so that we can close this. Thank you so much.
Sir wants to speak. He wants to have a.
Russia wants to say something.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, yeah, I just want to make a point to all the manufacturers which are into manufacturing of vegan or plant-based products, that for promotion strategy, you can link it up with like health promotion things. Like these products are having numerous health benefits, and we can do herbal enrichments and things like that. So you know that this era is very health driven, and globally people are motivated to have health benefits out of the products which we are eating. So if we will for a promotional strategy, if we'll take up this point that yes, as we all know, yes, these products are beneficial for our health, but quoting that point and making it visually appealing, that yes, the consumption of these type of products will help you to get better health. So this point will be a sale point for these type of products. Yes, and after closing up with our vegan products, we are on to the export regulations of vegan products. We will move towards the traditional products. So as ma'am and sir was talking of these type of some traditional products which are into the space, and Indians, they know about it. Yes, such products that are specifically particular in particular states as well.
Right.
So we will try to make a platform for such kind of traditional products, and we will gather all the information. We will have proper regulations and proper standards for all of the things, and the promotion strategies as well for such traditional products. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you.
मैं आपको एक इंफॉर्मेशन और शेयर करना चाहता हूँ कि यूएसए और यूके और यूरोप में अपने जो ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट्स को उन्होंने प्रमोट करने के लिए अपना एक पूरा स्ट्रेटेजी बनाया है, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली वो सारे प्रोडक्ट्स को रजिस्टर कर रहे हैं और उसके अंदर जो उन्होंने क्राइटेरिया रखा है कि जो भी प्रोडक्ट्स है 100 ईयर से 100 ईयर या उससे अबाउट उसका आपके पास एविडेंस है, प्रूफ्स है, देन ओनली उसको ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट्स मानेंगे। अभी हमारे कंट्री में जो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कि अभी हमारे जो ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट्स है उसका हमारे पास कोई लिस्टिंग डाटा एविडेंस नहीं है। तो अगर जो इस काम में आप लोग मदद कर सकते हैं तो करो, क्योंकि हमें एक पोर्टल बना के ना पूरी यूनिवर्सिटीज को और फूड टेक्नोलॉजी के इंस्टीट्यूट्स को उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाके डालेंगे कि आप वॉलंटरी जिसको जहाँ उसको फीड करें। तो वो पोर्टल का प्रोसेस है, तो जैसे आ जाएगा तो मैं आपको इन्फॉर्म करूंगा। जो लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं कि जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिले ट्रेडिशनल फूड्स को लेके उसको कंपाइल करें और कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म पे लेके करके डालें। और इंडिया में जो डाइवर्सिटी है और बायोडाइवर्सिटी है वो दुनिया में आपको किसी भी देश में नहीं, और जो स्ट्रेंथ हमारे पास है वो स्ट्रेंथ कभी किसी आपको नहीं देगी। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. It is a very important thing for everybody. Now, we were stuck at the point of the husk which is coming out of the pulses when we are processing. That is the major point where the pulses industry is based on. So we are taking the protein and we are getting, suppose we are going into the extraction. So we are getting the fiber and starch out of it. Protein have separate value. Starch have different application. Fiber have different application. That's the thing where we have to progress, where we have to value it. So for that, GA has to work on that, or you have to work on that. How this husk and the powder can be used in our application industry of protein.
Yeah, I will just add value to what the point which is raised by the gentleman regarding the byproducts of dal industry.
Yes.
We are already working on roasting and extrusion technology to utilize the factory.
Okay.
And how, I will give you example. Sorry.
Mike, please.
We are utilizing roasting and extrusion technology to utilize the factory. Okay. Now, why? Because if you look at every genre within Indian food culture, the geriatric food is defined in a certain fashion. The people who are above 50 and above 55, उनके लिए खाने का diet अलग होता है. More of a fiber food, more of a simple food. So we are trying to explore roasting and combination of extrusion technology to help geriatric food products so that the fiber consumption increases. Apart from protein requirement, the elderly will have a fiber requirement also in more detail. So we have developed granola utilizing wheat bran. We have developed a sattu bar. Ma'am was saying utilizing sattu. We have developed a sattu bar utilizing the husk part of the dal, right. So that the kids who are having a constipation issue, they should not face a constipation. At the same time, the sattu, which is being one of our traditional product, we should be utilized. So there is a bar called Foodric bar, which is launched in North. That is being developed by us, which has all these elements. Right. So definitely, what point is raised, utilizing byproduct is most significant part of viability of industry. Right. We are definitely with all the stakeholders here. Wherever you need our support, we are definitely interested in developing innovative products.
Right. Yeah. Mainly with GA, I am asking this thing because I heard that out of this starch and fiber, the application is in making pastas and noodles. Is it true? Okay.
See, the thing is that we can more and more try to refine these byproducts.
Okay.
To the extent we want to use it. As I said,
okay.
In my current process, the starch is so pure that I can simply put into nutraceuticals and food applications. Right. Which in case if I want to go to fiber, again, if I want to value add, I can increase the washing cycle. I can again try and rejuvenate that to suit the applications.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you an example of mung dal frying. When you are frying mung dal, before that you wash it, and there is a lot of starch which will come out. So we have used the centrifugal technology to recover the starch, and the starch is being added again into different types of snacks, aloo bhujia, ratla mishev. So the starch doesn't go to ETP, and the load on the, BOD load on the ETP will not increase.
Right.
So that's how we will have to explore different elements of technology and unit operations,
Right.
where you can recover the byproduct,
Yeah.
and the byproduct can be added back to the system.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that is the thing where this entire dal industry is depending on, because the 20-25% of the byproduct means husk and powder is coming out. So we have to take out the value out of it and use into the applications while making this protein extraction. This is most important part where we have to work it, right? So thank you, GA, and all the speakers, and first of all, Sethi ji, who has done a marvelous revolution in pulse industry. So, and giving an opportunity to Nagpur Dall Millers Cluster to be converted into a first protein cluster of India.
Very good.
And also thankful to all the visitors came here and all media persons, everyone present here, and it is a great initiative taken. And again, this kind of meetings will be happen. A single meeting will not do. We have to repeat again meetings for further collaboration with the collaboration of the protein-based industry association, for the addition of the start of the SPV, who are the SPV invested in my state, because the funds are needed. When I have started this dal cluster, I was moving every 15 days for the funds to the ministry, to the this way. At the time there was no startup funding. So I was moving all the way and running far away. But anyhow, that showcase in front of us, that first dal cluster of India is made with the latest technology with plant and machinery, that is from Buller, UK. But now we are converting it into Pactus, Germany. We will use the machinery from Pactus, because there I have brief discussion with the vice president of their Pactus company, and their machines are really working. Grading, sorting, all machines are very good, which are going to help us in a raw material of pulses for protein extraction. So thanks very much. Thanks to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. Welcome.
फूड इंडस्ट्री के अलावा भी बहुत एप्लीकेशन है
Antioxidants and enzymes and that sort of things.
ठीक है, उसमें कुछ लास्ट में जो आपका बचेगा ना फीड में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं और उसमें कुछ एडिशन करना होगा। तो एक बात मैं कहता हूँ कि इस संसार में कोई भी चीज है ना तो प्लांट बेस्ड एनिमल बेस्ड या जमीन से कुछ मिनरल्स वगैरह इसके अलावा कुछ ऑयल में ही है nothing goes
जैसे सर फॉर एग्जांपल छोटी सी बात बताऊं, मतलब मेरे माइंड में जो है मैं कन्वे करना चाह रहा हूँ, मान लीजिए जूट जैसी चीज है, जूट कितने प्रोडक्ट बनते हैं, ठीक है, हमारा ये जो छिलका फाइबर है, अगर हम इसकी डिस्पोजेबल प्लेट्स ही बनाएं, सपोज बन रही है, बना रहे हैं, द आइडिया इज नॉट कमिंग अप। इसके जैसे काफी चीजें नॉट ओनली इन फूड इंडस्ट्री कैन पिक अप all that मैं टच में रहता हूँ सर के साथ ही वेरी नाइस, बहुत अच्छा।
Can I request all speakers to come? All speakers. Can we get a photograph? Can we get a photograph of all the speakers?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
They have talking about that.